Alrighty. Hello, everybody. I'm back. She's back. Shady's back. I just literally, listen, okay? I put out this new video yesterday. You guys can check it out. The title is in flux, as you know. It's what it is. But just watch the first second of it. In 2010, a black woman called into the Dr. Laura show.
I'm having an issue with my husband. I'm black and he's white.
And she specifically asked about the relationship she was having with her white husband, whose friends were making racist jokes. Dr. Laura ended up going into a rant about the N-word and actually said it multiple times on air.
Turn on HBO, listen to a black comic, and all you hear is...
Anyways, good morning, everybody. Whoa, hello. I do not take for granted that you are spending your absolute earliest mornings with me if you are in the USA, in the afternoon if you are in Europe. Dobar dan. Today is going to be a great day. I'm going to go ahead and link the video for you guys. Please go check it out. The views are viewing. People are really liking the video. Of course, over on that channel, look, I've come to the conclusion, okay? Here's the conclusion I have come to. I have come to the conclusion that the people on my commentary channel must either be 15-year-olds or the most boomer, because the comments they leave me, they obviously are not chronically online, and I honestly feel like it's their first day on the internet sometimes. Look, 92% of the people who watch me on my commentary channel have never watched me before. Okay, so they are not like YouTube peoples. And it's such an interesting relationship. The comments are different. The way they respond to you is different. Like, it's such a unique experience as a creator to get so used to being in a space where people know you, they know the meta, they know like when, how FD and his community has the I guess meme at this point of like, here before FD changes the thumbnail and title 6 times. This audience, whoever is finding me over on my commentary channel, just has absolutely no clue about A/B testing. They're so sweet, they're so wonderful, they're so great, but they just have no clue about anything on the internet. Like, they can't, like, I don't even know who they are. Like, if there was a normie on the internet that also kept up with Hassan, that's who they would be. It's weird. It's interesting. It's fascinating. I'm just flabbergasted. Also, am I here? YouTube says I'm not here. Hold on, but I am here because my OBS says I'm here and your comments say I'm here. And YouTube, okay, I am here. God knows, I haven't been talking to myself. Okay, I am here. For some reason, my YouTube page is like, send us your information to get your stream going. Anyways. What an interesting day. What an interesting morning already. Okay, here is what I want to talk about. Too much, honestly. I've prepped too much. Everybody peek the tabs. And that's not even all the tabs. I have a second window with more tabs. Listen, I missed you yesterday, and I have so much to go over with you, and we're not going to watch the full videos of everything I have open, to be fair, but I have a lot to talk about. I swear, I was gone one day, and boom. Also, peace and love. I got this comment. Sometimes people leave these comments, and I just want to say to all of you, it's kind of a weird comment to leave, but it's weird for 2 reasons. One, I got a comment on my commentary channel that was like, I had to unsub from you and tell YouTube not to recommend me to you because every time I watch you, I have to wrestle with myself, but I also hope to be like you when I'm older. It was like a nice message, but it was weird because what it does is if other people are reading this message, it almost sounds like I know who this person is, but I have no idea who this person is. So then I'm like, I don't know who this is. And then it sounds weird. I think sometimes it's like, when you're the person who talks to 1,000 people a day, those 1,000 people have a significant memory of meeting you, but like you don't remember meeting them because you're like, you're one of 1,000 versus I'm just one of one. And so sometimes I'll get a comment like that, and I need the YouTube audience to remember that. Like, what is a significant meeting experience for you is just like not that way around when you're meeting so many people, talking to so many people. Like, maybe you stand out, maybe you don't. But it's like, I love the overall message, which is like, your content frustrates me, but it also makes me think, and I hope I become a better person. Like, hey, that's great. And also, like, it's just a funny thing of like, you and I went back and forth a lot. I'm like, nude phone, who dis? You know, like, what am I supposed to do with this? But I think it's like this weirdness. I'll tell you something even weirder. Now that it's been a while, let me tell you something even weirder. Oh my God, thank you. Chat says your nail are such a pretty color. Okay, so I repainted my nails. I have extra spending money now. I'm rich. So I got to buy more nail polish. You know, this is what I decided to splurge my extra spending money on. And I was going for forest green, but the bottle deceived me, and I obviously need glasses. It ended up being more of a turquoise color, but I'm just gonna write it. Okay, I'm just gonna write it out and enjoy the color while I have it. I probably won't get it again, but I literally thought it was forest green in the bottle, and I was like, what is this? This is not great. This is like a turquoise. Anyways, it's cute. I'll wear it. I like it. But I was cracking up because I was like, this is not what I thought it was. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Okay, so listen to this. This thing happened. Listen, and I want to say this because I think it's a part of the theme for today, where we human beings, because we do philosophy through pop culture here, human beings are really, really bad at everything they do. They're really bad at socializing. They're really bad at asking for consent. They're really bad at being angry. They're really bad at caring for people. They're really bad at everything. Everything they do, they're just really fucking bad at it. And we're bad at it because we're animals on a planet. Because you're literally a fucking monkey / dog / whale. Pick your animal. You're a koala. You're literally a fucking animal. And so people are respectfully so bad at everything they do that they don't even realize how fucking weird they're being. And we're going to talk about boys and a little bit of incel culture today, but really what we're going to talk about is how you're all so fucking weird. And I don't even mean like in an autistic, please consider people's feelings way, but I kind of do mean that. But I mean, okay, listen to this story. So you know that theme, that thing that happens where people say like, oh, people are never in your business, or they're never like, they'll literally be out of your life for years, but the moment they see you get a little bit of like success, all of a sudden they're back in your like they're back texting you being like, oh, hey, how are you? And you're like, I haven't talked to you in like 20 years. Why are you talking to me? And it's like, I have this rule of thumb, like, yes, with certain people, you can go a long time without speaking and it's like you never stop talking. Definitely. Most people are not those people. So I got a shout out from a bigger creator the other day, which was nice. Shout out to her. Love Britt Hartley. Britt Hartley and I've done a collaboration. I love her. She said I was one of her girl crushes. Jokes on her. We're all crushing over here in the girl bubble. Okay. We're all in love. We're a big lesbian cult is what is happening. Okay. And I got a text message from somebody, and I'm looking at this text message, and it was like, hey girl, I didn't even know you were still making content. Saw you get a shout out in this video. Guys, I need you to know, and if this person is watching, with peace and love, girl, what was that? You know what I mean? Don't DM me. I'm looking at this text message and I was like, who is this? I don't even have this number in my phone. And I'm like, who could this be that doesn't know I've been making content? I've been a full-time creator for like 6-7 years. Like, yeah, I've been making content my whole life, but I've been full-time for a long time. So I haven't talked to them in at least 7 years. So then I'm like, who is this? Right? Allegra, thank you so much for the super chat. Says, thank you for wrecking Britt Hartley. Reconnected with my younger sibling and talked about nihilism, spirituality, deconstruction, and passed the wreck on to help them. Love that. Love that. Love that. Love that. Perfect timing. Great super chat. Thank you so much. So I'm looking at this text message and I go to my partner and I'm like, I cannot figure out who the fuck this is. And I don't want to text them back and rebuild a connection with somebody that I definitely like left in my past, because like, girl, it's like, I swear to God, if I ever get any traction, I'm going to have people in high school be like, we were friends. That was 20 years ago. When we were children, we were minors. Dude, I don't know you. You know what I mean? I don't know you, So I'm looking at this text message and I'm like racking my brain. Like, who the fuck is this? Who is this? And I'm running around. It's driving me crazy because I'm like, I don't get who this is. Finally, I search in my phone's data bank. So not my contacts. It's not in my the number is not in my contacts for some reason. Though to be fair, Android just did this upgrade with messaging. It was so weird. I went to my phone's like whole search your phone thing, and I typed in the number, and I did figure out who it was, at least according to my phone's database. And I did have the number saved. I think I know who it is, though I only saved their name as first name YouTube. So I knew they were a YouTuber, and I only knew, I think, one person with this name. So I think I know who it is. I'm pretty sure I know who it is. And if this is the person I think it is, because I couldn't see any text history, anything, I haven't spoken to this human being in like 13 years. And I'm sitting here thinking to myself, they didn't even say who they were. They didn't even say, hey, it's been a long time. They didn't say, hey, this might be weird that I'm messaging you. They just said, hey, girl, hope all is well. Who are you? And this is why I say humans are so fucking weird. Because like, what do you mean? How am I? I'm not even mad. I'm aghast that a grown-up would think this was socially acceptable. Why is this socially acceptable to text somebody out of the blue, not expect me to know who it is, expect me to still have the number of my phone, and then you only message me because a bigger creator talked about me? Doesn't that look weird to you? Don't you think now you're signaling that you're like almost like clout chasing a bit, which is so weird because I'm not even like popular? You know what I'm saying? So like I just sat there and looked at it, and that's the kind of stuff that I think ultimately plays a role in all of the conversations that we're having, all of the situations we're having in the world. Human beings are so not self-aware at how fucking weird that is. Now, it's one thing if you reached out and said, hey, I know it's been 20 years, saw you on TV, really thought that was really great, hope you're doing well. But I still probably wouldn't text you back because I left you in my past for a reason. We didn't connect over the years for a reason. You know what I'm saying? Chat says, also, do they not know that text scamming? Okay, so then, yeah, chat, that it seems like a scam. My partner and I were concerned it was a scam. So then we Googled it because we're like, is this a scam? Like, is this hey, we used to know each other? Apparently, yeah, there is a scam where people do that. So if I didn't find this number in my phone at all, I would have been like, oh, it's a scam. But because I did find a number in my database that I was like, okay, maybe it's her. You know what I mean? So again, if this person is back to watching my content because they just realize I make it and they see this and they're like, oh my God, just be embarrassed and then introspect on it. Because like, what are we doing? Like, what are we honestly doing that we're putting like adults? This is like that time this other YouTuber, oh my God. One time this other YouTuber, this man I'd gone on one date with, okay, we were not compatible. He seemed like a nice guy at the time, but I just knew we weren't compatible. So I broke it off, whatever. Didn't talk to him for a long time. Like, I don't know, a couple years, something significant enough that I forgot him and he wasn't even in my phone anymore. I get this text message at like a certain time at night. And it was like, hey, I missed you, something like that. And I was like, new phone, who dis? Okay, I usually send a GIF or a meme if I'm open to the convo. And at the time, that's honestly when I stopped doing this. But I was like, who dis? And he's like, so-and-so. And I was like, okay, what's up? He's like, I miss you. And I was like, okay, are you booty calling me right now? He's like, no, this isn't a booty call. He's like, this isn't a booty call. I just really missed our intelligent conversations we used to have. I was like, this is a booty call. You're booty calling me right now. He's like, no, it's not a booty call. I was like, that's a booty call. And like, that's what I'm saying. Like, that's 100%. Don't gaslight me, bro. It's like, what do you mean? What do you mean? Why are you messaging me? What do you want to talk to me about something professional? Do you want to collab? Is this work related? It's a booty call. Intellectual booty call, chat says. Yeah. You know, just fucking hilarious. Human beings are so fucking funny. You know, like, just... They'll never stop being so funny to me. Oh my God, yes, chat. Oh, you're right. Wait, where is it? I lost the comment. Come back. That's a Mercury retrograde core. People from the past coming out of nowhere. You're so fucking right. Oh my God. I saw that reading. Where they're like, someone from your past is going to come back, but they said it was going to be a lover. And I was like, well, I highly doubt that. I'm pretty sure that's not going to happen. And then I got this text message. Maybe they just met a friend. Maybe they met a loved one or something. I mean, I liked our friendship for when it lasted, but it wasn't very deep. You know, it was very casual friendship. It lasted only a little while. You know, if it's the person I think it is. That's the thing. I'm still doubting myself, you know. But damn, that's so funny. Anyways, that one guy, though, that I wanted to date with, that was years ago. But that, who knows when it happened. Anyways, all of this to say, I think it's all connected to all of the conversations we're going to have today about people and socialization and communication and what it means to do the right thing. Because genuinely, what you think is just like a casual whatever is not. It's not casual. You know what I'm saying? Like reaching out to someone who hasn't spoken to you in a very long time can be a very jarring experience. Because what are you still thinking about me for? What are you doing? Like, when are we going to move on with our lives from people? Like, guys, we need to go to therapy and heal. We need to move on from knowing people. Like, why are you messaging? That's why I say, like, I know you guys, I think some people genuinely grow up in bubbles. Look, everywhere's different. Everyone's having a different experience. I understand that and I accept it, which is why I just don't text back. But, like, I also want to express that I'm in the bubble. I want to be in the bubble where people respect the fact that, like, the past is the past. The past is the past. Okay, you know what I mean? The past is the past. Right? Don't do that. Chad says, oh no, please don't tell me we're spreading anti-science rhetoric. Mercury has nothing to do with people coming back from the past. You know what? Just let us have our fun, mood killer. Mood killer. This chatter's a mood killer. Damn, bro. We're having fun. Grumpy. It's too early for you to be this grumpy. Just let's have some fun, okay? We're just having fun. Okay, now, here's the thing. Let's get a little serious. Now that we've warmed up, okay, this is a good warm-up, girls. Good warm-up. Shout out to everybody in my past. Stay there, girls. I left you there for a reason. Okay, thank you. Now, let's talk about disability. It's still Disability Awareness Month, and I thought this was interesting. Came out a couple days ago. This is a Venezuelan reporter with a disability trying to get an interview with some of the football teams. And this is Jude is the only one who stopped to talk to him. And I thought this was kind of interesting.
One question, please. One question, please. Declan, one question, please. Saca, one question. Really
They're
quick.
just ignoring him, bro.
Bellingham, en español para Venezuela. Bellingham, una palabra para Venezuela.
¿Para Venezuela?
Sí, por favor.
Sí, vale.
Tienen mucha fanaticada en
He says you have a lot of fans in Venezuela, which, guys, Venezuela, they are pulling people out of the rubble alive a week and some days later. A mother and her children pulled out of the rubble 10 days or a week later. I mean, people are sitting there alive underneath this rubble. It is truly a devastating situation. I can't even explain to you how these videos are heartbreaking. Okay, so he says you have a lot of fans in Venezuela.
Venezuela por el Real Madrid. Le dedico una palabra
Can you dedicate a word to the
a la
people?
gente que está sufriendo hoy en Venezuela.
Sí, mucho ánimo para todos en
He says sending lots of
Venezuela
encouragement
y
and much love to everyone in
sí,
Venezuela.
mucho cariño tampoco.
Y sí,
And I thought this was like one of those moments where I couldn't tell if he was being ignored because he was disabled or being ignored because of the way they positioned him or the way that they weren't making it clear. But I just love that Jude is his name, did stop. Jude Bellingham did stop, sent out a word to Venezuela. And on top of that, it was cool to see a disabled reporter get that little bit of an interview and just get that shout out. And I thought that was kind of a nice share for Disability Awareness Month, and also kind of like heartbreaking in a way that they ignored him. You know, anyways, just wanted to share that. Okay, next, let's go to Dwarfism History, which I really like this channel. And I wanted to share this because we've been talking about ugly laws lately, especially as we talked about Ariana Grande with Jasmine the other day. Thanks to Jasmine for coming on to the show. I want to share this with you because I think this is, you know, maybe you guys don't know what I'm talking about when I mention them. Maybe you've never heard the story. So I just thought we'd let somebody educate us on it. Okay.
Were ugly. You could once be arrested if people thought you were ugly, and not even hundreds of years ago. This happened in America within our lifetimes. Did you know that for over a century, many cities in the United States started enforcing what became known as the ugly laws? These laws were created in efforts to quote-unquote clean up the streets, but really what they did were target people with visible disabilities and disabled veterans returning from war. If you had a visible disability, a facial difference, or even a limp, you could be fined for simply existing in public, or even worse, sent to prison prison or an institution which many did not return from. These laws had a devastating impact on people with disabilities at the time. In 1910, one man who was born with a visible disability was selling newspapers for a living, but when the laws hit, he was forced to quit his job and struggle to feed his family. Imagine losing your job, not because of something you did, but because the world deemed you too ugly to work. It wasn't until a local shop owner hired him to sell newspapers from the doorstep of the store because the law could not reach private property. It wasn't until 1974 until the ugly laws were abolished. So if you've ever wondered why disabled people seem almost invisible in history books or old photographs, this is a large part of the reason. You could once be arrested.
Exactly. Like, this is so important. I'll share this TikTok because, oh, did I lose internet or just Discord? Looks like I just lost Discord for a second. Okay. I'll share that link. This is why I was having those conversations about Ariana, the conversations about like who's fit to work, who do we get to decide is fit to work, who do we decide deserves a job, who do we decide gets to be seen in public. And this is why we have to have these conversations. It is also why beauty is weaponized against people so heavily, you know? So there's a lot here. Now, chatter in the chat, you said it's fun to say people's behavior is not their choice, but instead the fault of the cosmos. I don't get how that's fun. Even scientifically speaking, you don't have free will. You are a biological creature being dictated by all of the chemicals in your body, your biological predispositions, your genetics. So like, you don't need astrology to tell you don't have a choice. Your biology says it too. So like, relax, take a deep fucking breath. If people really believe in astrology really, really hard, that's their business. If I want to do it for fun, that's my business. But like, you don't even have a choice right now. So take a deep breath. My girlfriends, take a deep breath. Here's an autistic TikToker that I just found, and she's cracking me up. Her videos are so funny. When you run into a fellow autistic in the wild.
Hello.
Are you autistic?
Yes, I'm autistic. Are you autistic?
Wait. Hello.
Hello.
Are you autistic?
Yes, I'm autistic. Are you autistic?
Yes, I'm autistic.
I knew it.
Yeah. I think that's every experience I've ever had meeting an autistic person or even finding out SZA was autistic. I was like, oh. Anyways, cute. Okay. She makes cute videos and they're really relatable. The ones that I've seen at least. Like, hold on. Let me show you this one. I just wanted to tell you. Wait, not this one. This one.
Oh, hey, Ash.
Hold on.
Oh, hey, Ash. Do you want me to make you some eggs?
It's really nice of you to offer to make me eggs, but if you do, I won't eat any because I have to make them in a very specific way or else I'll freak out and I won't be able to eat eggs for like 6 months.
Hey, laundry's done. Do you want me to hang up your clothes?
Oh. It's really nice of you to offer to hang up my clothes, but I have a system and if you don't hang them according to my system, I'll mentally implode and then I'll be numb for the foreseeable future.
Hey, do you want me to make the bed?
Thanks for offering to make the bed, but every time you make the bed, you fold the blankets in the wrong way, which causes a very bad sensory experience for me, which causes an eruption of anger inside of me directed towards you, and I don't want that.
This is the open kind of communication my partner and I have that I really, really appreciate about our relationship, you know, which is to say like, yeah, I really appreciate that. I think I'd rather do it myself because I feel like it's going to turn into something it doesn't need to be. And I know some people, this is separate from the men who weaponize their incompetence because they're like, I just don't know how to change a diaper. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about like specific things that are like more about me than them versus things that have to get done for the household. So these are two different things. Things that need to get done for the household, dishes, laundry, stuff like that. That's like not where my stuff comes in, girl. You do that. I don't want to do nothing. I don't want to do that at all. But when it comes to like certain I don't know, like there's certain things I just want to do myself, you know? There's just, I can't think of one right now, but there's just certain things I want to do myself. And so I appreciate it, but like, you know, okay, it's different. And just respecting that and understanding it is really great. Okay, next, let's go to a look with a little bit of love conversation before we really get into it today.
My worldview is love. Love is that which renders binaries obsolete. How did I learn how to move beyond the gender binary? I fell in love with the parts of me I was taught to feel shame in. I don't think it's about education of the mind. I think it's about education of the heart. When people ask me for taxonomies and definitions and explanations, I see that as kind of a diversion because what I'm really asking you to do is to develop a love practice. And what a love practice is the ability to look at the face of profound alterity, otherness and say, I see myself in you too. My worldview is love. Love is that which...
I love the idea of a love practice, putting things into practice. And I think that's really what's missing from the world, is that we forget things can be a practice. It doesn't even have to be like spirituality or religion in the way that, but it can. But I think there's a practice to how we do things. And I think for me, a practice is something intentional, something that's slow, something that's meant to be living in the most present, having a deeper relationship with self, right? And so that's what I think is like the best part. Okay, before we move on, is there anything happening in chat that I need to take care of? Yeah, it sounds like you guys are handling it okay. Okay. Yeah, Chad says my boyfriend will always see me rewashing dishes he washed and I always feel bad. Girl, just do it from the start. You know, when my partner and I were divvying up like chores and things that we liked, we talked about laundry and I was like, look, I'm going to do laundry like a college boy and put it all in the same load. So what do you want to do about that? And he was like, no. And I was like, okay. He's like, he's a read the tags kind of guy. And I'm like, you read the tags? He was like, I read the tags. I was like, man, maybe I'd read the tags now at 37, but when we got together 4 years ago, I was not reading no tags. Okay, I rip off my tags because I have sensory issues and I've been ripping them off since I was a child. So I don't have tags on my clothes. But I was like, you're reading the tags? Not only is he reading tags, he buys detergents for like blacks, colors, whites, all of the things. And I'm just like, he has little laundry bags that he puts sensitive clothes in, which I love, by the way. I love that he introduced, because that was not me, girl. I was a throw everything in the wash, call it a day. And honestly, he's really shown me. He's really shown me a new way of living. He's made me a better person for it, okay? He has made me a better person, okay? And that's what it is at the end of the day, is that we want to play to each other's strengths. We want to make each other better people. And, you know, that's how you do it. You say, you know what? I'm just going to do this. I'm going to handle this. But there are no tags on my clothes. Okay. All right. Big topic, big transition, very heavy topic. So Graham Plattner has suspended his race. Multiple victims have come forward. There's 3 main victims. 2 we have video of, interviews, and their testimonies. They're to the public. I don't know who the 3rd person is, but we're thinking about them and we wish them well, of course. Here's Graham's message that he has put out, and then I'm going to show you how creators have reacted, specifically women, and then I'm going to have a larger conversation about this whole thing, including my own chat, in regards to how we talk about rape victims and how we accidentally victim blame even when we don't have the intention, because it's really a complicated issue of sharing pain and, you know, thinking, oh, I wouldn't have done that in this situation. So let's hear from Graham first, and then we'll move on.
Funding campaign operations. This is incredibly difficult because I know that some will think it's an admission of guilt, and it most certainly is not. We're not doing it because of the allegations. We're doing it because of the structures that are being taken away from us by those in power. And I also feel an immense amount of responsibility to everyone who has worked so hard to get us to where we are. We went toe-to-toe with one of the most entrenched political systems in the history of the world, and we won. We beat them on June 9th in overwhelming numbers. We did it the right way. We built a campaign. We engaged in electoral politics. We motivated people. We banded together. We did it the way that we were told we are supposed to make change. And we won. And now they are not going to let us have it.
Oh, brother. Who is they that won't let them have it? And 2, you are not the victim. See how he's playing the victim? Oops.
Not if it's me. And so we're suspending campaign operations. I want to make clear, though, I intend to file my paperwork to withdraw. The process needs to assure that what comes next is reflective of the Mainers who on June 9th turned out and showed that they are desperate for a different kind of politics. It needs to be driven not from back rooms, but by the will of the people.
Okay, well, the will of people says bye. I know some people are defending him. Some people are saying he deserves to be in this space. He deserves to be a changed person. We should give people a chance to change. Again, he is asking for power. We need to be more diligent, and we need to use discernment about who we give power to. Okay, so here's one of the girlies. This is Nikita. You guys mentioned her on Discord. I'm just going to show you her very short video just about, again, a reminder not to trust men who call themselves a leftist, because there is a difference between embodied values, and it's multi-layered, because you can be a leftist and be an anti-capitalist, but that doesn't mean you're dismantling other, thought processes or deconstructing. So remember that even though people use a label, it doesn't mean they are those things. You can call yourself a vegan every day, but if you're eating chicken every night for dinner, you're not a vegan, right? Okay.
Automatically trust progressive men are safe because of their politics. In fact, you need to be more discerning with these men than right-wing men. If you're a progressive guy watching this, please don't feel attacked. In fact, I'm pleading with you to listen because you might just not be aware this is happening in leftist circles. Progressive men will use their politics as a shield for their misogyny. Psychologists have a term for this. It's called moral licensing, where doing something good makes you feel justified in doing something bad. Kind of like having a green juice after a drunk night out. How could I possibly be a bad person when I vote for abortion rights, when I vote for Medicare for all? And as a leftist woman, you start to gaslight yourself. He's a feminist. He wants equality. Surely he didn't mean to treat me horribly. Obviously, this is coming off the heels of Graham Plattner, a main Senate candidate who was just credibly accused of sexual assault. Look at what Jenny Roscoe said about why she didn't come out earlier. I support his politics, but not him as a person. Progressive men can also have their heads in the clouds because they're constantly praised for their beliefs. Oh, it's so nice to hear a man talk about women's issues in healthcare and immigration. Meanwhile, a woman talking about these things gets dismissed, which is why we need actual well-meaning progressive men. When a woman speaks out against misogyny in the leftist space, she'll get told she's just standing in the way. Might as well just let a Republican. Might as well just let someone who's supporting AIPAC win. The irony is that sometimes I've had better dates and interactions with so-called traditional men than progressive men. Because while the former may
Okay, I don't know about that, girly. That's doing too much in this conversation, genuinely, because that kind of defeats her overall message. I've never dated a conservative man or a traditional man, so I have no idea, but I just say doubt it.
Believe that women are inferior. They're operating on the belief that the world as it stands right now treats women as inferior. And so they take more initiative, put in more effort, are more chivalrous often. Progressive men tend to think that because they believe in equality that the world already treats women as equals, but it doesn't. So they often think that they don't have to put in as much effort because we're equals. Progressive men have great politics about everything except for feminism, which they believe in when it reduces their own obligations, but not when it requires more of them. True leftist ideals will not be achieved without first dismantling patriarchy and race while we're at it, then class. Hoarding resources and destroying the earth is about dominance and control, which is patriarchy. How we let men treat women is how we let them treat everything else. Do not.
So, okay, there's something to be said about, and I don't know her work very well, so it's like, I think the only TikTok I've ever seen from her, maybe I've seen a couple, I'm not sure, but genuinely, I like the way that she did the hierarchy, right? The patriarchy, capitalism, or patriarchy, white supremacy, capitalism, because again, this obsession with leftists to say I'm anti-capitalist first, for me, I just don't see how that works, because all you're doing is saying, hey, let's make an amazing economy where white people are still in charge and act like white people are just gonna be like, yeah, I'm willing to share this with other people. They're not even willing to share the bad economy with other people. Like, they're not even willing to share capitalism. So I don't know how you're gonna get these white people to dismantle capitalism to share socialism or communism. Like, it's just a weird idea. But I think ultimately, her point stands that we need to be careful about the way men weaponize the labels they use to feel, quote, safe. I'm going to show you Rebecca Watson, and just a part of her video she put out yesterday about this as well. I loved her. I just loved her video about it. But in particular, Rebecca Watson was the woman who was trapped in an elevator with a man, and it was elevator gate. And he, in middle of the night, while she was heading to bed, asked if he can come up for coffee. And she was like, maybe don't trap somebody in an elevator when asking this question. Maybe give them a chance to walk away, because that was definitely an awkward elevator ride. And people just dragged this woman, harassed this woman, stalked this woman. It was a very bad time on the internet. And not too far off from Gamergate and Anita Sarkeesian and all that stuff. Like, everything is all connected. And I do think a lot of those men who grew up around that time now are 40 or 35 or whatever they are, and they haven't done the work to deconstruct patriarchy, to deconstruct what they did in the past, to even think to apologize for the way they treated Rebecca or any of these women at that time, right? So this plays into why people are reacting the way they are to the victims who have come forward with Graham Plattner, and why streamer men are now pretending like they didn't play defense for Graham Plattner. I mean, TYT comes up, Kyle Klinsky comes up, Majority Report comes up, and Hassan Piker comes up. And even though people are swearing that they didn't do as much, or it wasn't what they, it wasn't like that, they absolutely were. And most of the women that I am following have mentioned at least those 4 people. And I'm going to show you some of the clips today from at least some of them. But Rebecca has this really great section in her video. It's about 12 minutes in. And I just want you to watch it again, because when Kyle Kulinski made these videos and I initially I showed it to you on my stream, I was told I was dividing the left. I was told I'm doing too much, that Kyle Kulinski is doing more than me, and that I should be quiet. Remember, just listen to the way he talks about the initial victim that came forward because she was Republican, because she worked for Heritage Foundation, because she defended Kavanaugh, regardless of how we feel about that. This is the woman named Lindsay Fifield. We're going to watch her interview in a second. Regardless of how you feel about her, and we do feel a way, I told you I believed her when I heard the story because Graham dated her. Graham dated her. So like Rebecca says in this video, funny that Lindsay's Republican past is used against her, but Graham's isn't, because Graham dated her. He admitted he had problems with alcohol. He admitted that he was rough and inappropriate with dates or people he was dating. And she, remember, her accusation then was that he was rough, he was loud, he was abrasive, he was like physically threatening. It gets worse. Her latest update is even worse. And it's worse for a reason, that these women didn't come forward with their full stories, which is very typical because they don't want to have to tell all of their business, but even what they told wasn't enough for the men. For a lot of the women on the left who Anna Kasparian, you know what I mean? Emma from Majority Report, shame. But look at this, just watch.
Here's Kyle Kulinski of Secular Talk.
All right, y'all, let me walk you through the absolute worst smear campaign of all time and how it
So this is 4 weeks ago. This is the last month when the first victim came forward.
Fired spectacularly in a way that may be the biggest failure of a hit job of all time. Quite literally, okay? So first, let me start with this, a little breakdown of exactly what happened here with the attack on Graham Plattner from the New York Times, from the Israel lobby, okay? To recap, Dem and Rep operatives spent the week setting the narrative that Graham Plattner is a predator. Pro-Israel New York Times runs a story on Graham Plattner, done by a pro-Israel reporter, literally. She got an APAC award in college, by the way, okay? No SA allegations, none. They talked to 6 exes, 3 say he was fine. 2 of the remainder say he drank and womanized. The last is a conservative activist who protected Brett Kavanaugh. Literally worked for the Heritage Foundation. That's the Project 2025 people, okay? A Republican insider who on the record said she wants to campaign for Collins and attacks Graham Plattner with all these absurd claims, quite frankly. Okay, they continue here. She claims Plattner trapped her in a room. The New York Times reads her diaries, texts, Google chats, and Facebook messages. Nothing corroborates her story. That's an important point. So 0 evidence. Republican operative attacking a Democrat who's leading to take a Republican seat. 0 evidence for any of the claims. Okay, more. New York Times finds a text from the accuser saying she, quote, would personally campaign for Susan Collins. This is the most obvious Zionist smear campaign in history. The GOP attack on Plattner failed. What are you, fucking stupid? How desperate are these people? No, what happened was, and I actually know from some behind-the-scenes sources who were close to this, what happened was you had this pro-Israel reporter who was desperate to take down Graham Plattner. By the way, the same so-called reporter also did a number of hit jobs on Zoran Mamdani. That should tell you something. Okay, so this person was steering the story, told this Republican operative that, oh yeah, no, we have like a bunch of people and they're making SA allegations against him, so we should definitely put yours in there and you tell us your story and we'll put that in there. And so they overpromised and underdelivered. There were no SA allegations. They never existed. It's bullshit. They literally ran with allegations that had 0 evidence from a Republican hack. If they had any fucking whispers of SA, they would have had them bitches front and center. And the headline would have said,
They would have had those bitches front and center. If there were credible allegations, they would have had those bitches front and center.
They literally ran with allegations that had 0 evidence from a Republican hack. If they had any fucking whispers of SA, they would have had them bitches front and center. And the headline would have said, Graham Plattner accused of sexual assault. This is all I need to see to know she's a lying hack with a very clear political move. And all the Republicans are sitting there and they're turning into the woke 1.0 ones who are like, believe all women? Even pro-Kavanaugh Heritage Foundation, Project 2025 activists who are professional liars who have a history of lying? I thought you guys wanted to believe all women. And Democrats are there like, fuck you, suck my nuts from the back. She's a lying bitch. Own it. It's a fact. Everybody knows it.
So
she's going to show you the updated video from Kyle. Note that I watched it and I did not see an apology. This man should either be deplatformed or he owes a insane apology to all the women he doubted, and he needs to hold himself accountable. Hassan, every single man that allowed Graham to even slightly be pushed into the spotlight in any capacity owes people an apology. Disgusting.
Fifield is an awful conservative who supported awful people, including actual rapists like Brett Kavanaugh. I certainly won't argue against that, but I also don't think that a person like that can't be assaulted by a boyfriend.
Exactly.
Especially the kind of
Especially since they dated. They literally were dating.
boyfriend who would date a person like that.
Exactly.
For some reason, her conservative history is damning for her claims, but not at all damning for Graham Plattner, who chose to date her for 2 years. Okay.
Exactly.
But no, that was enough for these progressives to say that she's definitely lying and Graham Plattner is telling the truth, that he did not do that. Okay, are you ready for the most heartbreaking part? Fifield was telling the truth that the New York Times had another woman who was assaulted by Graham Plattner. That woman was Jenny Rassicot, who backed down from telling her story to the
So we reviewed Jenny's story the other day.
New York Times, in part because of the moral conflict that she had between supporting Plattner's politics but not supporting him as a person. She appears in the New York Times article to say that Plattner came to her house uninvited, but she declined to elaborate on what happened next, other than to say it was enough for her to end the relationship because he was reckless and unsettling. But then she saw the liberal and leftist media completely tearing Fifield to pieces. These disgusting assholes confidently pushed out video after video after video, calling this woman a lying bitch and a paid shill who could never bring down the progressive champion that is Graham Plattner, to the point that they forced a rape victim to step into the spotlight against her will.
Exactly. 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 This is what I say in rare opportunities. Women, rape victims, truly come together to support each other, because even though we all disagree, right, with Lindsay's political opinions and the fact that she has supported sexual abusers on the Republican side, we all agree with that. It doesn't mean Republican women aren't being raped. That's why there's a part of feminist empathy that a lot of us feel on the internet, which is watching women in these like tragic situations. And yes, this is what my latest commentary video was about. Like, are you racist if your boyfriend's racist? And are you homophobic if your boyfriend's homophobic? It's really deeply layered because, yes, in some aspects, and also these women are targeted, tricked. They believe what they've been taught. There's so much propaganda that goes into brainwashing women in patriarchal bubbles, and deconstructing away from that is so fucking hard. And I think a lot of these liberal kids who are born in liberal households really take it for granted how easy it is to just grow up, quote, at least starting off as a Democrat or as a liberal, because you have no idea how much like propaganda has to be deconstructed from the brain of a kid who grew up their whole life hearing Fox News in their house 24/7. Like, you just have no clue what's going on, right?
Rassicot said she later felt compelled to go public about her experience because the reaction to the Times story was dominated by controversy about another woman, Lindsay Fifield, who alleged Plattner mistreated her and faced attacks because of her ties to the Republican Party. My part of the story was just a read-over, Rassicot said in an interview, and the story was Lindsay and the accusations of her being politically motivated. The absolute irony of these commentators going after Fifield for supporting Kavanaugh when they are doing the exact same thing to her. They supported a gigantic piece of shit man to the point that a rape victim had to step up to try to stop her abuser from gaining immense political power.
Oof.
Incredibly, it appears that Rassicot is finally a perfect enough victim for these commentators. She's not a civilian in Iraq or Afghanistan. She's a registered Democrat, not a Republican op. And she told enough people that Plattner raped her that most everyone has finally given up on Plattner. Oh, not everyone, though. Cenk Uygur, for instance, of the Young Turks, still going with bitches be lying. But
literally, the response from TYT is egregious. I'm going to show you next. It's absolutely fucking offensive.
Here's Kyle Kulinski reporting on the Politico story.
There's a few things about this that are extra concerning. The previous allegations were easy to dismiss because it was a literal Heritage Foundation Republican insider.
See, the fact that it was easy to dismiss is exactly the fucking problem. It's exactly the misogyny I was pointing out the first time I reviewed these stories. It was only easy to dismiss because you decided Republican women can't be raped. Even though women in conservative bubbles are actually, I feel like, more likely to be raped. Like, because their husbands don't believe in marital rape, or because their husbands feel entitled to their bodies. Like, this is sort of the irony. I assume liberal or conservative women are more likely to be assaulted by their partners. That's why I'm sitting there like, yeah, do I believe a Republican man with an alcohol problem and a man who killed people in West Asia came back home and roughed up his girlfriend? Yeah, I believe that. What are you talking about? Of course. And so just for the fact that Kyle and Hassan and all these people turned around and were like, whoa, this one's credible. They were always credible. You just didn't like that it came in the package of a Republican.
who was making the allegations. Also, the allegations were effectively, he's a bad boyfriend. This is not that. This is a much more extreme allegation is point number one. Point number two is she does have some corroborating evidence. And it's also, if we're being serious here, a Democrat who's making the allegation. But let me also just say real quick, if you're a Republican, I am not remotely interested in your Plattner take. Because you have nominated a guy 3 times who was accused of much worse and much more than Graham Plattner. You can shut the fuck up. That's point number one. Point number two is, if you are Neera Tanden, shut the fuck up. She's going after Plattner now as well. You worked for Bill Clinton. You worked for fucking Bill Clinton.
See how it's still about winning? See how it's still about, like, you have no room to talk? I hear that. And yet, Kyle Clinton, see how these men are not embodied? They're not feeling it. They don't care about the rape victims. They're just like bummed. They're like, oh, this sucks, dude. Who's in the race now? They've totally ignored the fact that a woman has been raped. They're totally ignoring the fact that these women are coming forward with their abuse stories. Like, you're not even empathizing. You're not even engaging in how serious of a matter this is. Like, you're not seeing the systems at play here that put this man as the senator runner in the first place. Why was Graham the chosen candidate? Patriarchy, white supremacy. And by the way, Graham ran on a pro-military platform, basically. So yeah, he was anti the genocide. The bar is in hell. But because of that, they ignored everything. Like, come on, put it together.
Okay. Final thing is, we'll know the country is in a better place when people react with the same sort of moral outrage and condemnation to arming and funding genocide as they're reacting to this.
What? This is what I mean. All suffering is suffering. You cannot compare suffering. Listen to what he just said. Why are we acting like, which is worse, guys? Rape or genocide? They're both fucking bad. And for the record, where there is genocide, there is rape. You think no rape is happening when we know the IOF is raping Palestinians? You think Palestinians, because there are going to be rapists in every population, you think there aren't people getting raped because they're experiencing a genocide? You think women aren't absolutely at threat of sexual assault? This is what I'm saying. These men's brains are mush. They're absolute mush. They're not thinking about the real people, the people on the ground, the people who are in vulnerable situations, the people who are sleeping in tents, the people who have nothing to protect themselves. You want to talk about locking your doors? People are sleeping in tents. There's no door to lock. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, people are so fucking annoying. Like, people aren't even paying attention to how, like, what a horrible thing to say. To sit there and say, like, oh, maybe one day people care about genocide the way they care about rape. People don't care about either. That's kind of the point. Nobody cares about either.
No apology, no introspection, just whataboutism. Point one, what about Republicans? What about Donald Trump? Point two, what about Bill Clinton? Point three, what about the genocide? Hey, Kyle, what about you bullying a victim of domestic violence and calling her a lying bitch with zero evidence? What about you forcing a rape victim to out herself in order to combat your misogynistic misinformation? And what about the fact that you can't even call it rape? You have to say grape like a fucking child because you don't want YouTube to demonetize your video where you finally admit that, okay, Plattner sucks. And here's Emma Vigeland's take, which at least is closer to an apology than Kyle's.
Plattner and perhaps the campaign itself has violated the trust of many supporters. I would include myself in that.
You violated your audience by trusting a man with a reputation as bad as Plattner and playing defense for him every time something came out about him. That is the problem with these people with fucking microphones. You guys know you're one of the biggest shows. You know people depend on you for good coverage. And you guys played defense for this man time and time again, even though there was no fucking reason to do this. So they also owe their audience like, she's playing victim right now, acting like you are not the thing between the candidate and us. Like, that's what I'm saying. Does nobody understand your fucking role in this game? You are supposed to be the communicator. You're supposed to be the person who tells everybody else what's up. You failed at your job. That should be what your job is. That's the point. People should be listening to you to get accurate information. And it was so obvious what the information should have been. Like, in real time, we are losing any credible sources for leftist content. Like, we need a new generation of actual leftist reporters, leftist journalists, actual people who are going to give us day-to-day understanding of the news through a leftist lens. Because obviously, Hassan's not doing it. The majority of reports not doing it. Kyle Kulinski's not doing it. Like, you're supposed to be the person.
However, obviously, I do feel a responsibility as a woman that perhaps, I don't know, I'm still thinking about this, but I believe in redemption and restorative justice, and that is what had driven me to support Plattner despite some of his past. But when we're talking about forcible rape and sexual assault, obviously, there is no excuse. And immediately, once I read the story, I knew that he had to drop out of the race. And so I'm sorry if there are any women in the audience that feel that I failed them. I take that super seriously. I carry that with me. And I'm sorry. So, I still maintain that what was said in the...
No! Oh my God. Habibis, please, everybody needs to learn how to apologize. Everybody needs to learn how to apologize. But I still maintain I stopped listening. Did I hear a but in your apology? Stop listening.
New York Times was not disqualifying, but what is alleged here.
Democracy Now! Is I think still one of the good ones with Amy. I still think Amy is one of the good ones. I still watch Democracy Now! I still watch Democracy Now! I think Amy's like my go-to girl because I just, you know what I mean?
Just absolutely is. And not that it...
Yeah, and apologize to the victims. Thank you, chat. Apologize to the women you discredited. Why aren't you apologizing to the victims, Emma? Don't just apologize to the women in your audience. Apologize to the women you discredited.
Should matter given what the details were and what the corroboration is, but this individual, this woman who's accusing him, supports his politics, and that is why she was reticent to come forward in the first place. And I'm sorry if myself or anybody, I'm sorry if I contributed to that culture.
No, you did.
A little heads up if you ever want to try to apologize in a way that at least seems sincere. I'm sorry is great. I'm sorry if...
Yeah, I'm sorry, but... Oops.
Is not great. Yes, Emma, you did contribute to the culture that made it extremely difficult for a rape victim to come forward with her story. You got on camera and confidently told more than 2 million subscribers that a woman alleging domestic abuse by Graham Plattner was a lying paid shill. You and Sam Cedar and Kyle Kulinski and Mehdi Hassan and Ryan Grimm have spent the last 6 months mocking every criticism of Plattner as an Israeli disinformation conspiracy, warning that the only people who could possibly come forward with negative information are doing so to stop a progressive Democrat from getting into office. You inspired an army of viewers to spread the word, telling people who criticize Plattner that we must want Republicans or centrist Democrats to win because Plattner is the only progressive in the race. Let me remove that if for you, Emma. Yes, you are the reason that Rassicot did not want to come forward.
1,000%
You are the reason why she eventually had to come forward.
Yep.
And that should disgust you as much as it disgusts me. And all of you need to grapple with the fact that if Jenny Rassicot had been a conservative, or if she hadn't told a friend what happened, or any list of a number of other reasons why she wasn't a perfect victim, you would still be here calling her a lying bitch.
Exactly. A lying bitch. I want you to remember that the misogyny is rampant. And I'm telling you, listen, they got to get out of these bubbles. Listen, we all live in bubbles, but this online bubble is so consistently toxic. It is so consistently warping your brains. And I know people don't see it. You got to go meditate. You got to get out of the bubble. You got to do something for your own fucking mental health. Because I promise you, you're not helping yourself or helping anybody else. When every day, all day, you're streaming, you're looking at the news, you got to take a fucking day off. You got to shut off your brain from the noise and meditate. Because then you come back and you're so busy to fight, you're so trying so hard to fight Republicans that you don't see the fire in your own house. You know what I'm saying? Like they're and who suffers? This is why I say it's always going to be marginalized people that suffer. It's always going to be people who are already begging you for any sort of microphone or voice. This is why I say, guys, these people have millions of subscribers. They are literally rich because of these jobs. They have made good money for many, many years. And this is what they're doing with the power that you gave them. Now, TYT, and then we'll hear from Lindsay, who was recently interviewed as well by shitty Jake Tapper. Okay, this is horrible. Anna, I can't even tell you how awful this TYT segment is. I'm just going to show you this segment 11 minutes in, okay?
Defended Brett Kavanaugh when Christine Blasey Ford
they're talking about Lindsay
came forward with, I think, far more credible allegations against Kavanaugh because there were several people she spoke to at the time of the...
Mind you, if I recall about the Kavanaugh situation, they were teenagers at the time. And it was many, many years ago. And though we absolutely defended that woman and we were there watching it live when it happened, and we support all victims against Kavanaugh, When she says it was more credible, we're talking about something that happened a few years ago or within the last 10 years ago versus something that happened 30 something years ago. They're all credible, but why are you playing this game about what's more credible? She dated Plattner. Lindsay dated Plattner as adults. They dated as adults. What is that? What are you talking about? What do you mean more credible?
Alleged rape attempt by Kavanaugh.
So this is the media's like 7th attempt or something to end Graham Plattner's campaign. If you think these are just, oh, well, he's so problematic, they're just organically popping up. That's not true at all. That is definitively not correct. There are groups who try to take out candidates. It is relatively normal, although it's never talked about in the press, because remember, the press doesn't do their own job. These groups do. And then the question is,
this is posted a day ago.
Who does the press choose to target? Who do they choose to write the stories about? Who do they choose to not write the stories about? But we're going to come back to the essence of this case in a second. Anna.
I just have so many thoughts about this, so bear with me as I go through them all, okay? I loathe horse race politics specifically because of this reason, because it places us in this unbearable position of having to adjudicate something that should have been adjudicated in a court of law if this actually took place. If someone entered my home and forcibly raped me, I would not allow the individual who forcibly raped me, that's violent, right, to remain in my home and sleep it off. But that is what she did.
Why are we forgetting that they knew each other? Why are we forgetting that they grew up in a similar town? They saw each other on Bumble. She had already known about him. Why are we forgetting that they know each other? Why is everyone acting like he was some stranger who came into her home and she didn't know him? This happens all the time with your brother, your father, your uncle, your grandfather, your best friend from high school, your boyfriend from college. This is literally what happens to rape victims all the time. It is somebody you know, somebody you have history with, somebody you love and have compassion for, and they take advantage of you. And then you have to be the bigger person to protect them, to love them, to be silent for them. And Anna is acting like, oh, so this is violent. So she let him stay at her house. You mean like every other rape story you've ever heard in your whole life? Because it's always like this? Yeah. This is so disgusting. By the way, I supported Anna when she came out and said she was assaulted by unhoused people. I said it happens. I believe you. I did believe her, because why wouldn't I believe her? Sure, a couple men on the street, a couple men in general, I believe you. Yeah, like men are touchy. You know, I've been followed by all kinds of men, not even unhoused men. Okay, I've been touched by men. I believe you. And that was the thing, is that Anna acts like this is an improbable situation or this is a crazy situation, but it's a very typical situation.
She alleges that he was so drunk that she didn't want to tell him to leave because he might harm someone on the road.
Hello? That's another thing, guys. He drove drunk. That's the thing that's even crazier, too. People are like, well, what if he just thought it was consensual? Okay, well, what about driving drunk? Is that a problem, too? It's like everyone's ignoring every part of the detailed story. They knew each other. They had a history. She said, don't come over. He came over. He drove drunk. There's so many layers to this story.
He just forcibly raped you, right? Call the cops, or more importantly, get the hell out of the house. But she did neither one of those things. Neither one of those things.
Yeah, so look, again, I hate the situation we're in where we have to try to adjudicate this with not enough evidence. Could it be that she's telling the truth? Of course it could be. Now, guys, if it's true, then it's a huge problem, right? But we don't know for sure that it's true. But in a situation like this, even if you say you're...
Guys, this is what I'm saying about victim blaming. It comes so naturally to people. But that's what you were doing in my chat the other day. And I'm glad I caught it. We're going to talk about it because people in the chat were on my ass. You don't even know you're doing it. What do you mean she didn't lock her door? What do you mean she didn't do this? What do you mean she didn't leave the house? What do you mean she didn't call the cops? This is why I say watch your fucking mouth. Okay? And you better believe I'm going to stop you in your tracks if I see it in my chat. Watch your fucking mouth because you've been so just brainwashed by patriarchy and victim blaming. You don't even know you're doing it.
We're not sure that it's true, that's it. People come and take your head off. Because they say once we made an allegation, it's over. You're not allowed to object to the allegation. But wait a minute. The thing that caught my attention here, and again, Mika Brzezinski also saying this doesn't look right at all, this is not enough to publish a piece, gives you a sense of we're not making this up, guys, and we're not doing it because we're biased. Look at the fact pattern here. So the thing that caught my eye, Anna, was on the therapist. because
yes, the therapist didn't want to talk to the press, by the way.
Yeah, the Politico kept saying, well, she says she talked to the therapist, and the therapist does not acknowledge it, but says that they do have a relationship. No, wait.
No. Let's be totally accurate, okay?
Yeah.
The therapist acknowledged that she spoke to her recently about what allegedly happened, but did not want to issue a statement to Politico.
Yeah.
Okay, whoa, shocking. You're not even believing the victim. The therapist certainly doesn't want to get involved. Now, let's bring this around, okay? To really fast, this clip here. So this is my stream the other day. Okay, this was the other day when we watched Jenny tell her story initially. Just this section here.
Then he came in. He just came into my house. It was unlocked. I live in an area where you don't usually have to lock your doors. I do now.
So she lost a sense of safety. This is typical. I also grew up in neighborhoods where I didn't have to lock my doors or worry about it because generally it would be very weird. You also have neighbors who watch your house. The neighbors would notice if a car was in the driveway. Like, there's a lot of layers to his safety that she no longer has. She's been robbed of that safety, right? But look at my chat on the right side of the screen. Actually, you're probably gonna have a hard time seeing it because you're talking right now, but I'll tell you what it says.
He came in and I realized, okay, he didn't listen. He's in my home. And I was laying
so then person says, girl.
on the couch. It was probably pretty late at night.
Which is a judgment, I assume, of not locking your doors. Not gonna shame her for not locking her doors. I also, this is past Brittany talking, didn't lock my doors for most of my life. Okay? I don't want to hear anybody shame her for not locking her door. I also grew up in a very safe neighborhood and did not have to lock my doors for a majority of my life. I can't tell you how many times I would go to sleep without ever thinking about locking my door because I didn't have to. Okay? That's a very common thing and a lot of bubbles. And it sucks when you can no longer do that because it's really meaningful to grow up in an environment that is so safe you don't have to lock your doors. Pausing, and I do believe we should fight for a world, this is President Brittany talking, where everybody gets that privilege, where everybody has the privilege to keep their doors unlocked. And by the way, this isn't just like a race or gendered thing, because I did get some pushback from people in that chat that day who was like, as a person of color, like I've never had this privilege, but there are 8 billion people on the planet and there are neighborhoods. Are you telling me there's no such thing as a safe Black neighborhood? I hope you wouldn't. I don't think that's true. I refuse to believe that's true. And also like that feels impossible. So like, that's the same thing as saying like, I'm having this experience and like, I've never had this privilege. Yeah, but when you speak and you say this, you're judging her. You're saying you have to do everything possible to keep yourself safe, right? So then I got comments from people saying like, as a Kiwi, the idea of not locking your door is so weird to me. It really highlights the social differences between countries. Absolutely, right? Chad says, this person says, I don't think mentioning disbelief at the action is victim blaming. Yes, people who are victim blame may latch onto it, but victim blamers are going to latch onto whatever they can find. It is not my responsibility to censor or mute every opinion and thought I have just in case someone decides to use that thought to cause harm. Unless that idea, the idea in itself was harmful. Well, I guess Anna doesn't, Anna expressing if you were really raped, why didn't you call the cops? Then I guess that's not victim blaming. Because that's what you're saying. You're saying like, if you were really raped, you'd call the cops. If you cared about your safety, you lock your door. That is victim blaming. So yes, expressing it in this moment as a moment of judgment. And even my chat continued to say like, oh, I had to close my mouth. I had to like watch what I said. Yeah, because like you are doing this thing where it's like, oh my God, you didn't lock your doors. So imagine your friend just came to you and said, bro, I was raped. He came through my front door. I didn't lock my door. And they go, oh my God, you forgot to lock your door. You fucking stupid, you dumb bitch. Like that's what you're saying. Whether you want to accept it or not, that is what you're saying. You're saying you should have known better. And what is that except victim blaming? Okay, this person said victim blaming is for losers. Love that. And then, or they said get the victim blamers. And then, this person says as a response, hold on, let me pull it up for you. Leaving the door unlocked is bonkers. I don't know if you live in the safest area. I don't care if you live in the safest area on earth. You're still rolling the dice. Hold on, let me move it a little bit so you can see it better. They said, not blaming any victims, but we live in a world with nefarious people and you should do what's in your power to keep yourself safe from would-be criminals. Locking the door behind you takes 2 seconds. See? Maine has 100 break-ins per 100,000 residents. Rare, but not impossible that you will be caught in the middle of a home invasion situation and could have been entirely avoided. Everyone at some inherent level understands the concept of protecting yourself and property from criminals, even though if they harmed or robbed you. He wasn't a criminal. You guys are acting like if he had shown up and knocked on the door, she wouldn't have let him in. You act like they don't know each other. You act like they're not friends. You act like they're not lovers. You act like they weren't in a situation. You act like if he wouldn't have shown up, he would have been like, Jenny, let me in. And she'd be like, Graham, go home. He was like, I'm too drunk, let me in. She'd be like, okay. And she would have let him in anyways. You act like locking the door would have changed the fact that Graham Plattner knew Jenny. He would have come into her house whether it was locked or not locked. Read the context of the room. Okay? Read the context of the situation. That's what I'm trying to say matters. So when you say, I can't believe she didn't lock her door, it wouldn't have mattered. She would have let him in. They know each other. I can't even tell you how many of my friends have come to my house unprompted in the middle of the night. I'm like, oh, hey, bro, come on in. Not drunk. Oh, actually, one guy did show up to my house drunk, and I sent him, I didn't even know what to do. I was like, you need to call someone to come pick you up. I was so upset because I was like, don't come into my house. I did not let him into my house. I was sleeping at someone else's house at the time. I was staying with a friend, but I hated situations like that. Stop putting people in those situations. That's what I'm saying. People suck. But like that guy, I didn't even know. I knew him from work. He wasn't even a real friend. But she knew Graham. Sorry, I don't know why I brought that up. But Graham, she knows. Graham, she knows. It's different, okay? I would have let a stranger in my house, but Graham wasn't a stranger to her. Okay, this person said, POC here, who has never known the security of leaving my door unlocked. It's a wild to say our disbelief is victim blaming when literally it's just a difference of lived experience being expressed. Of course, we should all have the security of not locking our doors. It isn't her fault for not locking her door. Blowing this out of context, otherwise great points, Planner always sucks. I said, hey, I can expand on stream, but it's not a universal experience. I gave an example of a black man who didn't lock his door and was blamed for it. Again, there are 8 billion people on earth. We're all having different community experiences. It was the wrong time to have that convo, and given the context, didn't relate to the topic. I know people are hurting, and we need to leave room for people to share that pain. This just wasn't it, which is true, guys. I hear your pain, and I think it's valid, and we should talk about it. We should talk about why everyone deserves a safe neighborhood to live in where they could leave their doors unlocked if they wanted to. I wish everyone could have that. Many people have it. Not all people have it, right? Okay. I said, I know people are hurting. We need to leave room for those people to share that pain. This just wasn't it. Also, some chatters admitted it came from a place of judgment. So we need to accept that victim blaming is ingrained in us, and we need to unlearn it. We are all complicit in how the world works. This person said, sounding a bit like Ron Burgundy, telling me you don't speak Spanish here. LOL. Sorry, missed my point, but not my job to explain. Oh well. Look, I am all for it is not my job to educate you, but it is not my, I am taking it upon myself to educate you about rape. So you were trying to educate me about growing up POC in a neighborhood where you felt unsafe. And I'm trying to educate you on being a woman in a neighborhood where she felt safe enough to keep her doors unlocked, only to have that stolen from her by a friend. I am trying to educate you on what it's like to have a trusted relationship with your neighborhood, a high trust environment, trusting a friend only to be betrayed so viciously in the worst way possible. Right? And now she said, I have to lock my doors. So here you are saying, I'm not going to educate you, but here I am, I'll educate you. No problem. I'll do it. You're wrong. You're wrong to make this about you in a moment where it has nothing to do with you. Share your disbelief in a private text message, not online where people can see you and start thinking, yeah, you know what? If she really didn't want to be raped, she should have locked her doors. Because that's exactly the mindset. It's like when white people hear about encounters with black people and the cops, and they think you must have done something to piss off the cops. Because I'm a white person and I've never had that problem with the cops. You guys must be doing something to piss off the cops, right? No, it's called racism. Like, that's the problem. We have to remember as marginalized people, we have to remember as minorities, we're all having different experiences, and it's called the intersection of. There's an intersection here. There's something at play here. Okay, so again, like, I understand your intuition, your instinct, your desire to say, hey, I've never had this experience. And look, I'm devastated for you for not having the experience of a safe enough neighborhood. That kills me. And, okay, yes, every neighborhood is different. I've lived in neighborhoods where I would never leave my door unlocked. 100% I've lived in those neighborhoods, okay? I've lived in neighborhoods where I didn't even bother to lock my door, okay? 100%. I've lived in both kinds of places. But in this moment, while I'm hearing from this rape victim, I wouldn't say, oh, she should move to a place where she has to lock her door so she can make sure she locks it next time. I mean, she should move to a more dangerous neighborhood, guys, so she can always keep her door locked. She lives in a safe neighborhood. God forbid the woman utilize the safety. Only to be betrayed by who? Again, not a stranger, someone she knew. Someone she knew. Okay, so I hear you. Pain is valid. There are so many layers to this. I want people to know there is a time and a place for this conversation. And it doesn't matter if your door is unlocked. It doesn't matter if you forgot to lock your car. It doesn't matter. We shouldn't have to live in a society where people take advantage of that. We need to, and then, now guys, not only take advantage of that, but run for senator, run for office, run for power, run for president, run for mayor. Remember, Graham Plattner is running for power. He's saying, give power to me. And we are sitting here acting like this isn't connected to exactly the entitlement he felt that night when he took advantage of Jenny, when he mistreated Lindsay, when he took advantage of this third victim we don't even know yet. Please put on your big kid thinking caps and remember that this is so fucking serious. This man is asking for fucking power. And so easily you give him every excuse to earn it because the same people that said, well, maybe he was drunk, but he didn't realize she didn't consent because maybe he read it as consent because he was drunk. Maybe he read it as consent because her door was unlocked. I got a lot of those comments and I deleted them. Okay, that's what I'm saying. Like, be very careful about these narratives that you, like, reflexively, it's okay if you posted it and you feel bad, delete the messages, or really just learn from this situation. You're not an evil person because you had a normal, like, oh, I would have locked my door. Okay, it's nice. But she didn't. And it wouldn't have mattered if she did. Okay? And that's the point. Now, let's hear from Lindsay. This is a new interview. I do not know what's up with CNN. God knows they make enough money. I don't know why their audio couldn't be better. It's horrible audio, but I want to hear from her as well because I know people used her story to discount Jenny's because Lindsay's a Republican, but she was still a person who dated Graham Plattner. She dated him.
You already knew Jenny's story.
Yes.
But what was your reaction to her telling her story yesterday?
I'm so proud of her. I was so proud of her, and I know how hard this has been for her, but I also know that she deserved that vindication. She deserved to come out and actually tell her full story because the way that it was told before, or the parts that were left out before, had left her vulnerable to a lot of attacks.
Ingling, thank you so much for Ingling. Yeah, thank you so much for the super chat. Says, man, being drunk is never an excuse, never an excuse.
She did not deserve, and she should have been protected the whole time. It's unfortunate that she had to tell her story this way, that she should have never had to come out with her name and her face. She should have been able to tell the story anonymously, in my opinion. But I'm proud of her for doing it. And I didn't know until the story came out that she had said that I was, an inspiration, or one of the reasons that she decided to tell her story. I really didn't know that that was the case until I read it in Politico. And it means a lot that she's blowing her life up. I blew my life up. And I think she saw that happen to me, and she saw the attacks that I faced. How do you thank someone for something like that? She took a lot of courage, and she didn't have to ever talk about this. And I think it's just, I'm very grateful that she did.
She said one of the reasons that she came forward
I thought that was really nice.
was because, so more than a month ago, the New York Times published a story about you and about Jenny and about another woman, and neither of you told everything.
Right.
There were things that had happened that neither of you wanted to be on the record saying.
Right.
Very private, personal things.
Yeah.
There was a lot in the story about how you are a conservative Republican.
Right.
After the CNN.com story, after the Politico story, after the CNN interview, lots of Democrats withdrew their endorsements. Senator Gallego, Ro Khanna, Senator Elizabeth Warren, all came out and said, no, he needs to drop out, or I'm withdrawing my endorsement. What did you think of that?
As much as I'm grateful and I'm glad, and I hope that finally this was enough, finally, there is also that feeling of pain of like, but my accusations weren't enough, like our story. And again, I never thought that I was going to be the lone voice in that story. I really thought that mine was going to be the lesser of the stories, that mine was going to be like not a footnote.
Because remember, they did overpromise that they told the girls, like, oh, we have all these stories, we need to come together. Which, by the way, guys, like anytime I've ever dealt with trying to take down a predator or trying to call people out or trying to report people, you do have to get all the people together. And it's really hard because everyone's so terrified, right? I tell that story in high school all the time where I noticed a teacher was like molesting my friends. And I was like, hey, he can't touch you like that. And I tried to gather the girls together, but just as we were about to go to the principal's office, they just got scared. It was like 6 different girls. They're like, Brittany, I can't. 2 years later, when I had graduated high school already, he was in prison for taking photos of the girls, for molesting students, for having secret videotapes and pictures and upskirt photos. It was horrible. But I wasn't one of the victims, so I couldn't go forward because I didn't have a personal story. But I knew because I had seen it in class. I had watched it happen. And remember, we're kids. We're like 16 years old. We're literally children trying to figure out how to do adult things. I think at the time, if I could go back, I'd tell an adult. I just didn't know who to tell. I didn't know which adult to trust, which is exactly the problem. In that moment, 7 of us, we didn't know one adult to trust. And that was the bigger problem. Adults need to create a space for young people to come forward so they can be the trusted adult. But we thought, well, if this teacher's doing it, maybe the other teachers know and they're in on it. Or like we weren't sure, right? Horrible.
But like my story was meant to bolster the other stories that were being told. And then
Jenny's story.
Jenny's story
is rape.
Yes, and I had believed until the publication that was going to be like the central focus of the piece, and so it blindsided me. But I think the biggest betrayal after that piece came out was feeling like I had been. They wouldn't even use the word abuse. A lot of people just kept saying, "Oh, mistreatment," or no one was describing.
It was domestic violence.
And it was intimate partner violence, and it was domestic abuse. And those are words that I've never felt comfortable. I've never really talked about myself as a. I've never called myself a victim. I don't like using that kind of language.
So, one of the first things that came out about Graham Plattner,
Yeah.
Was that
By the way, that's not just unique to Republicans or conservatives. A lot of people don't want to call themselves a victim. A lot of people really struggle with that narrative, no matter their political affiliation, because it can feel very humiliating because of the way society talks about victims. Because remember, a man who loses a fight, his friends will buy him a beer for trying. A woman who loses a fight against a rapist is not bought a beer. We don't talk about it. It's shush. The conversations aren't had. There's nothing to brag about. You lost a fight and you got raped. Versus you lost a fight, but you came out with a broken nose and some bruises and cuts. You're a man, So nobody, regardless of background, people typically don't want to even associate with that word because it feels disempowering. Like it feels like you're taking away my power. That's why it's so powerful when you go to therapy and you really unpack and you realize like, no, I was a victim. And there's a new sense of power that comes from realizing like, oh, I was hurt. And then there's the healing process of no, like you don't have to identify as a victim for the rest of your life. You can just say, in that moment of time, for that situation, I was victimized. It doesn't make you a victim for the rest of your life, but to validate yourself, to validate your past self and say, no, you were victimized is so powerful.
he had a Totenkopf,
Yeah.
an SS
Right.
tattoo on his chest,
Mhm.
and he denied knowing that that's
Right.
what it was.
Right. Oh, please.
And that's not true.
No.
Because he called it that when you guys were dating.
Yeah, I never knew what that word was. I didn't even know how to spell it correctly when I said he's got a Nazi
didn't know
tattoo.
it.
I had to look it up on the ADF website, and I had no idea what it was. And I had no photographic evidence of it. So for the first 2 months after, like from that, everyone talks about the text from August, we were looking for pictures. We were going back through, trying to find old pictures. So if I'm fabricating this story, I'm doing it without even having a photo of this tattoo that I like. Like, that's the crazy part that I think people are missing.
Let's go back to June to the New York Times story. He just flatly denied anything physical.
Yeah.
He said he was a bad boyfriend, but he flatly denied anything physical and said anything, and this did seem mean to you.
Yeah.
Anything to the contrary.
I cannot believe CNN's audio engineers have jobs. Fire them all. Is it AI? Is AI in charge of their audio? I cannot believe their mixing is so bad. Why is it coming in one ear and out the other? I've got the sound in both of my ears going. I cannot believe this is happening twice with interviews about victims. Are they sabotaging these victims on purpose? I promise you, it's like CNN is doing this on purpose so these women's interviews don't get seen. Both of their interviews, terrible audio. Hello? YouTubers are better at this than you.
It was politically motivated.
Yeah.
And he said that on MS Now. And that
Well,
seemed,
it worked.
Well, you're right. It did seem to have worked. The Democratic
Yeah.
Party just kind of moved on.
Yeah, like, oh, it's just politically motivated, and then that's it. Like, everybody just kind of moved on from the story after that.
But he was lying, right?
And
so when he said,
Chad said, who was her abuser? Graham Plattner. This is the Republican woman Graham Plattner dated, okay, before he had a change of heart and he became a Democrat, before he became a liberal, okay? In his adult years, after he had already done tours, after he already had his Nazi tattoo, after, he dated this conservative woman, okay? And then, boom, they broke up, and then you know what I'm saying? This is why when people are like, it was way in his past, this was years ago, he newly married his recent wife and cheated on her with like 5-6 different people. Hello?
when he said,
Yeah.
He's a bad boyfriend, but there's no physicality.
Oh, that's a lie. And I think the thing that a lot of people, and I'm hoping more people will come forward at least saying this, is he was known for being very rough with people. I mean, like, he apologized sober the next day on many of these occasions. So
With
it wasn't
you.
with me. And so when he, like, yes, I know there were times when he was blackout drunk that he would say, oh, I don't remember that. But then days later, he would come back and details would slip out. And he'd say, well, that was before or something. And I'd catch him in a lie. And it would be like, wait, so you do remember. You weren't blackout drunk. But on rare occasions when he'd be, the next.
I think people don't know what blackout drunk can mean. You can be blackout drunk and still have vivid memories or some ideas or some version. It just means it could just mean you're intoxicated to the point where you can't stand, or blackout drunk. I don't think I understand. I think from my understanding, and even identifying as blackout drunk, like It just depends. Like some people remember, some people like it's not, you maybe lose moments, but I don't, that's the thing is like, that's why he has a problem with alcohol. If every time you do something bad, you use alcohol as the excuse, you have a fucking problem. And if you're not going to get sober and work on it, you know what I mean? So it's different for everyone's brains. And also everyone's individual brain will have a different reaction to alcohol. It's why some people can drink a little bit and get totally drunk. And some people can drink so much and not even get drunk. So again, when we have conversations about this, the language we're using is putting an image in our head of what she means, but it could mean many things.
Stay very apologetic, very contrite. Not, oh, I don't remember doing that, but I'm sorry if I did that. It was, I remember doing.
Hold on. Chad says, Brittany, I'm not going to lie, I'm having serious issues giving room for someone who actively wants to harm people, like having immigrants in my family have to keep their head down because of her. In moments like this, and this is very difficult, so I'll be the adult in the room because that's my goal. We have to recognize that the world is full of a majority of very conservative people, all of whom are going to be victims of rape, assault, misogyny, racism, all of the bad things. They're going to be scammed, taken advantage of, right? This is why I say, and this is why I kind of been pushing back a little bit at my audience, because there's no way your parents aren't racist. There's no fucking way your parents aren't bigoted. What is your parents' issue? I want to go for your mom and dad. The way we're never supposed to go for people's parents, because I look at her like I look at my parents. Except I look at her the way I look at anyone who's conservative. Because is it, like, I just refuse to believe you got lucky, where all of you got so lucky you had perfect progressive parents. Because don't think so. So again, when we have conversations about like, it's hard to have empathy for her, imagine it was your mother. Because my mother didn't deserve to be treated the way she was in her first marriage, regardless of her politics. She didn't deserve to be hit or assaulted or wounded or abused. It doesn't matter who she votes for. No man should have put hands on my mom. And no man should put hands on Lindsay. And no man should put hands on Jenny. And no man should put hands on any of us. Okay? So you might not be able to have the empathy, but there is no way there's not somebody in your family that is fucked up and voted MAGA, or is conservative or transphobic or Christian or something that you wouldn't want to fucking fight for if something happened to them. That's how I think about it. Because there is no way we all grew up in this shitty fucking world and we're all not being hurt by it. This is why we want to encourage women out of conservatism into a better perspective. But look what we're offering them. Hey, leave Trump and come to Graham Plattner? Gross. Leave Trump and come to Bill Clinton? Gross. Leave Trump and come to Hassan Piker, I guess. Who, Destiny? Vosh? Who are these great fucking men? These conservative women are leaving everything they've ever known for. Okay? So remember, like, you're not exactly offering them a better option here. So they're going to stick to what they knew and what they were raised with and what they believe and what's connected to their faith and what's connected to their community, and think, if I can just make it, you know, if I can just, this is like Lauren Southern coming out about her rape and Andrew Tate. I believe Lauren Southern was raped by Andrew Tate. That's very believable, right? He's openly bragged about raping children. I 100% believe her. The issue is that when she came out, her hope was to transform the Republican Party instead of abandoning it altogether, because she's still fighting her own fucking bigotry. She's still racist. She still has problems. That doesn't make her less of a rape victim. She's still a rape victim. So for this section, for this context, for this thing, deeply empathetic. For everything else, they're just as responsible. She's accountable, separate from this rape, for all of the harm she's done and the work that she's done. But she is not responsible for her rape. That's how I look at it. I hope that helps.
Doing that, and I'm sorry, I was in a blackout drunk situation.
He acknowledged that he did it, knew that he did it, and apologized.
Yes.
Sober.
Sober.
When he was sober.
Yes.
This is a very painful process and has been for a long, long time.
Yeah.
Continues to be. But it's important because you want the voters to know about him. What do you want them to know?
I think they know now. They needed to know the truth. They needed to know, because these things translate. It's not like the things that he does in private in his relationships with women, the things.
Look, I want her to put that into, listen, I've had the same conversation with my parents or with conservative women in my family. They'll say, the way Bill Clinton cheated on Hillary and took advantage of Monica Lewinsky, he'll do that to the American people, but they won't extend that to Trump. That cognitive dissonance is the problem. That's a lack of introspection. It is a lack of deconstruction. It is a lack of really being honest with yourself, right? It's not a mental illness. It is the part of being a person on the planet. It's why it's so hard to be a good person. They can't, because she, you know, you're probably thinking, but doesn't she support Trump? They don't get it. They can't, their brain isn't doing it. Their brain isn't doing it. They're not having the embodied experience. This is why I wanted to talk about having embodied leftist values, because what's Kyle Clancy's excuse? What's Hassan's excuse? What are all these men's excuses for the ways that they have talked the way they have about women, been misogynistic, engaged with it recently, discounted victims? If they're supposed to be on the good side and they can't do it, why are we expecting them to do it? Why would you expect people that you think are stupid, brainwashed, a part of a cult, to be better than the leftist men you've made millionaires and won't even do it themselves? Explain that to me. Why in the world would it be easier for her and her position to be introspective than these men who are supposed to know better? Or the women like Emma or like Anna Kasparian. What was supposed to be? Why would it be harder for them? Because we're animals on a planet. We're having a biological experience. We need to have a deeper relationship with our biological experience. It is very hard to be a good person. It is very, very hard. Okay? I've got plenty of stories about myself where I cannot believe I took that position. I cannot believe I said that out loud. I'm telling you, it's very hard to be a good person. So be compassionate, be patient, take a deep breath, and try to be less bad every day.
That he has done to women, coercive control, lying, deception, abuse, and really horrible things that we know about him. We know that you can't be that way in private and not have it translate into how you would govern or how you would, when you're put in a position of power. And I think it terrifies me to think of him having any type of power politically, because what is he going to do with the women in his office? How is he going to manipulate? How is he going to deceive? When I saw him lying about the Nazi tattoo, that was the first kind of chip in my armor where I was like, I can't let him continue to lie like this. I couldn't watch him continue to just deceive people and run this fantasy that he's this changed person that had this dark past, when really he's doing these things to this day. I mean, Jenny's accusations are only a few years old, so like, we know that he's continued to do this to women.
Right.
One of the things that was so striking about what Jenny told me yesterday is, after, according to her, he raped her, he passed out. The next morning, according to her, he didn't seem to remember anything. She had said, you don't remember what happened last night. You know, what happened last night was not okay.
He knew.
But he didn't ask her what happened.
Nope, because he didn't want it. That rang true to me too. Yeah.
And then a few weeks later, after she learned she wasn't pregnant, because he had not used protection, also against her wishes.
Yeah.
She reached out to him again, told him she wasn't pregnant, reiterated that what happened was not okay. And again, he read it and didn't ask what happened.
Because he knew. And I think that's the thing that, and also I don't want to overemphasize this, but this is a man who is so hostile to the feelings of women, and he is disgusted by any show of emotion. Anytime that I ever cried, anytime that I ever tried to like appeal to him but would start crying, I found
Guys, he recently cheated on his wife. He does not care about women. He's a serial abuser. This is why I say cheating is abusive. In most situations, in almost every situation, cheating will be abusive. You're hiding things from your partner. You're engaging with other people against their consent. You're sneaking around. He is a serial fucking abuser.
Myself having to like harden myself or not cry, and he would only respond to like toughness or like masculine energy, basically, of just like, I'm not gonna. He would say, don't bring emotions, or don't try to manipulate me, or like he feels like. Or anytime that I confronted him about any kind of deception or cheating or anything, which was often, it was
what was that?
Anytime that I confronted him about any kind of deception or cheating or anything.
Because he's a serial cheater. He's a serial abuser.
Which was often, it was dismissed as just me being a woman and me being like, and just the callousness and hostility that he had toward any kind of emotion like that. The abuse that I suffered has impacted, like the ripple effects were huge. He isolated me from friendships that I've now, this situation, I will say, something good that has come out of this is I've reconciled with friends that I had become estranged from because they've reached out and remembered, like, he isolated you from us. You weren't allowed to be friends with us because he didn't want you going to certain hill parties that he wasn't invited to, or what. He was really controlling of my movements. And so it was, it has been really vindicating, or not vindicating,
no, validating.
Good has come out of this, that I have reconciled with or reconnected with different friends and people who are like, oh my God, we wish that we had known the extent of what you were going through at that time.
Guys, because Chad says, I think it's important to acknowledge and hold her accountable to how she treats victims of abuse. Yeah, after we get her help for her rape. This is the thing. You can't hold people accountable for what they've done at the same time you're being empathetic about their rape. You have to give people, like, this is the dilemma we're having, is healing is a part of the process of accountability. People who are not healed cannot take accountability because they don't know what they're doing. They have their justifications. You have to seek healing, and that's the part of accountability. Like, you have to do the work. You have to go to therapy and deconstruct and unlearn and recognize, and only then can you be held accountable, because, like, otherwise you're just a mob with pitchforks and torches, which we're not going to burn the witches at the stake. We're not going to take little girls and women and burn them at the stake again. And that's what some of you sound like. Not all of you in chat, but sometimes I think you guys forget they did not burn witches. They burned little girls and women. And I just want you to remember that. Okay? Remember this when you seek out punishment. Remember when you seek out justice, that if your justice is violent, if your justice is torture, you're no better. You can't be. And you have to let go of the attachment that people will get better. Girlies, we've been on this planet a long time. There's billions of us, and this is the state of the world. We are not hot shit. We are just shit. And again, you have to stop giving people so much credit, including yourselves. Okay? Including yourselves. We have to be less bad every day for this reason alone. Because we're not. Look at us. Look how fucked up the whole world is, bro. And then we're sitting here like, oh, well, what? Like, let's have some humility in this process.
But it explains a lot to them now. But also my behavior after that relationship in other relationships moving forward, and the ways I want to protect my daughters, I want to abuse-proof them, and I don't know how I'm going to do it, but I'm going to figure it out. And I'm talking to Cheyenne and other people about, like, how are we going to make
You can't abuse-proof anybody. Okay? You can't actually do that.
How I'm going to do it. Relationships moving forward, and the ways I want to protect my daughters, I want to abuse-proof them. And
you can't. That's the problem. That's the hardest part of existence. You cannot ever protect your kids from rape or abuse. You can only do your best to mitigate the possibility. And even then, you cannot do it. If somebody really wants to, they're going to find a way. If the wrong people, and this is the hardest part about bringing a baby into the universe, every time you bring a baby into that universe, you're risking the chance of that child being raped, murdered, tortured to death. And the irony is, this is why I say you cannot advocate for the torture of other people. You're just advocating to torture somebody's child. That's all you're doing. We bring this back to the children, right? Like, we bring this back to the children. We have to remember that at the end of the day, we have to think about why we believe in abolishing prisons, why we want to help people live a dignified life, even if they haven't shown dignity to other people. And we have to remember that in order for someone to be punished through torture, somebody has to be the torturer, and then somebody has to go home and hug their kids with those hands and touch their lover with those hands and eat food with those hands and pray with those hands. And I just don't see how you're supposed to do that and think you're a good person.
And I don't know how I'm going to do it, but I'm going to figure it out. And
You'll figure it out.
Talking to Cheyenne and other people about, like, how are we going to make sure that this generation, I've got 2 little girls. It's another reason that I decided to tell this story, is I will be damned if this ever happens to them. And if they ever find themselves in a relationship and they don't feel like they can call me and tell me.
Exactly.
immediately. And I didn't feel like I could. And I not only didn't feel like I could tell anyone what was going on, I protected him.
When Jenny told her story, what, if anything, aligned with your experiences?
The eyes.
The dead eyes, where you couldn't hear your protests.
I just know exactly what that looks like. I know exactly what it looks like, and that is something that I feel like people need to understand. Is it was almost like looking at, like, a pit bull, where it's nothing, like, but not just nothing, but like a capacity for violence, and you see it, and you know it's there, and it's terrifying. And but also, a deafness to anything that
Consent?
Yes. Like, this is going to happen. And I think that was the hardest part. Oh God, I'm sorry.
Jenny also talked about unprotected sex as something.
Okay, Chatter, you're doing it again. And I don't know, like, literally, if you're not getting what's happening, but you're doing this thing. You're like, you see, she's trying to frame it as soon as I saw him lie about the Nazi tattoo. Ma'am, there are Nazis in your party you support. You don't care about the tattoo. I feel like you don't hang out with conservatives. Do you know anyone in MAGA? Do you know any conservative? Have you ever dealt with a person who is so genuinely ignorant, who, like, in one side of their mouth says they hate Nazis and the other side of their mouth goes, it can't be a Nazi tattoo? Like, I've literally hung out with conservatives my whole life. They are genuinely cognitive dissonance. It is a genuine experience of one side of their mouth and their other. I don't know how to tell you this. Like, not everything is a manipulation tool. People literally, that's their experience in their brain. I'm telling you right now, it doesn't matter if she's conniving and lying. He abused her, right? It doesn't matter what she's saying. You're nitpicking this victim because you're distracting. You keep discounting her. You are using rhetoric, which we don't care about. We all agree. She's a shit person for engaging in Republican politics. What does that have to do with her abuse? What does that have to do about Plattner being held accountable? That's what I'm saying. I'm saying it doesn't matter. And you keep bringing it up in my chat. You are victim blaming. You don't even know it. You don't even know you're doing it because you've been so trained by it. Because you're so focused on seeing her as an op or seeing her as this. Who cares what she is? I don't care if she's secret 4D chessing the situation. If it happened, it happened. If it happened and she's using it for political power, I don't give a fuck. Because right now it's about holding people on, quote, our side of the aisle accountable, regardless if she holds her side accountable. Because we're not supposed to be like them. We're supposed to be better than them, but we're not, are we? Because we don't want to hold abusers accountable because God forbid we lose a fucking race. This is a miracle in many ways that Graham Plattner stepped down, but he knows it's coming. That's what I'm saying. Like, it is almost like disgusting how it took this long for us to do the right thing. So stop focusing on her politics. We know. And focus on the fact that a man asked for your vote, he asked you for power, and everyone almost gave it to him. Because you didn't want to believe this woman, because you hated that she was a Republican. Remember that. Remember that that is ultimately what kept people blind. Why don't people do the right thing? Because you're worried that she's a Republican. Focus. Focus on the man who expressed his own, who confessed with his own lips the bullshit that he has done.
She didn't want to happen that he.
Oops. Why am I blue? Oh my God, did my camera die? What the fuck? Am I here? Oh my God, what is happening? Oh my God, what is happening? I'm blue. I'm blue, da boo dee da boo. I don't know what's happening. Oh my God. Hold on. Hold on. Okay, well, the stream was like, we need a little humor. We're like getting pretty intense. Like, where's the humor? You know what I mean? There you go. There's that humor. And I just want to say, like, again, you are more mad at her for being a Republican who is an abuse victim than I feel like we have heat for the people on our side who told us to ignore the Nazi tattoo, ignore Blackwater, ignore his time in the military, ignore. Bernie Sanders deserves more fucking heat than this woman will ever deserve. I don't expect Republicans to be good people, but I certainly expect people who say they are to be better ones. So again, I don't expect anything from her. But it's interesting how much more we expect of this woman than we do of our own Democratic leaders who put and endorsed this man and put him in power. So interesting how it always ends up being more responsible for the victim and the woman to take all the brunt than the leaders who put him in any position of power.
He made happen. Is that something you experienced?
Yeah. So that was something that was really, I think, the worst and most violating part. This was a relationship that went on and on and on, and that even after my roommates and people were like, this has to stop. Then it continued in secret, where we continued to see each other even after I had told people like, no, I'm really done. Like, we're really broken up this time. Like, I'm not. They'd be like, are you sure? And then, you know, that it's humiliating.
Ugh, been there, done that, girl.
It is embarrassing that I continue to go back despite
But a lot
abuse
of it, what you were motivated by was trying to protect him.
I was trying to help him, yeah.
You've shared so much with us today, and
been there, done that, girly.
I really respect it.
This is the problem. I've been there, done that, on again, off again, toxic boyfriends. People have told us like, oh my God, Brittany, please say you're breaking up. And I'm like, yeah, we're broken up. But then he comes back and he's like, please help me. I love you. Let's be together. And you're like, okay, well, maybe I can't. This is what I'm saying. Now look at this. This is the Washington Post. Ex-girlfriend of Graham Plattner says he removed condoms without consent during sex. The campaign for the Democratic Senate candidate in Maine called the allegation categorically false and politically motivated. An ex-girlfriend and embattled Senate candidate Graham Plattner told the Washington Post that he repeatedly removed protection without her consent when they were having sex. This is called stealthing. Lindsay Fifield, who said she dated Plattner, that's who we just watched, from 2013 to 2015 in D.C., has previously accused him of physical abuse said that she told Plattner on multiple occasions he had to wear condoms during sex because she was not on birth control. He would pull condoms off, she said in an interview. He would do it in a sneaky way. He wouldn't tell me. That is literally called stealthing. We had a whole discussion about it on the internet like 6 years ago. I don't remember. Yes, stealthing is rape. Yes, it is unconsensual. It is absolutely disgusting. And it should absolutely be considered some variation of either socially a crime, like societally, or we can talk about the law later. But societally speaking, absolutely a violation of consent. Absolutely a no-go. Like withholding birth control, sneaking off a condom, absolutely not. So we have to think about this. Again, this is purposeful behavior. So what happens is you're having sex and a person puts on a condom and you go, okay, cool, you have a condom on. You start having sex in the middle of position switching, the condom comes off without your knowledge, and then the sex continues, okay? That's very different. That's very, very bad. Okay. And so that's what I'm saying. We have to have this conversation with, a deep understanding. And then I just want to end on this TikTok here, because I feel like a lot of people, including some people in this chat, you're not doing the work you think you're doing. You're not there yet. But listen to her tell you, you have to keep deconstructing, not even just from religion, but from everything else you've been taught.
Does not end. Your deconstruction does not end at religion alone. Your deconstruction does not end at deconstructing from Christianity or Islam or all of that. It does not end there. We are on the internet and we are seeing the influx of people deconstructing from their religious beliefs and everything. But we are not seeing enough of deconstructing from other things. You cannot say you deconstructed from religion because it's patriarchal or misogynistic or all of this, and then you're now still misogynistic, you're homophobic, you're transphobic, you're classist, you're ableist. How does that work? I want us to see more of other types of deconstruction, because there's been so much that has been ingrained that we need to unlearn and do all of this stuff that we are not unlearning from that too. It doesn't just end at religion.
Okay? So remember that. It doesn't just end at religion. You have to keep going. You have to deconstruct. Now, there is a lot of things at play here, but the point of this story is to highlight sexual abusers seeking political power. Okay? And yes, a white supremacist seeking political power. He had a Nazi tattoo. Yes? And yes, the white women that date these men and turn a blind eye to their politics or ignore the fact, like, yes, in an ideal world, she would have broken up with Graham Plattner / when she figured out he had a Nazi tattoo, right? But she's probably a white nationalist / racist woman. So again, racist women can be raped. Racist women can be physically abused. Racist women can be harmed. And from that perspective alone, we support all victims of abuse the same way we believe in housing for all people, even Nazis. Just because you're a Nazi doesn't mean when I advocate for universal housing, you're not getting a house. You're getting a house too. You're welcome. Because that's the point. Either my values apply to all people in this regard, because these are community efforts, or they don't apply to anybody. I'm not sitting here, look, I have no enemies. I live on a planet full of animals. And as animals, we are ruthless to each other. And I'm trying to have a deeper relationship with our animal experience in order to give each other the best possible opportunity to have the best possible outcome to the best of our abilities. Okay? So again, when we have this conversation, it is not to take away her racist background. It is not to take away Graham's racist background. It's not. All of them go together. Patriarchy, capitalism, white supremacy. All three must be dismantled. Okay? So we do not support white supremacists, right? We do not support this woman's politics, Lindsay's politics. We support her as a victim of physical violence. That's how we support her. And the same way I'm happy to march side by side with you against fascism, I know I'm marching with people that are racist. Guys, just because you're anti-Trump doesn't mean you're not racist. Lots of racists hate Trump. And I just need you to process that information. Remember that hating Trump is like not even, it doesn't tell me anything about you. I learned this very quickly. Didn't I tell you this? I've learned this throughout my life. It wasn't enough to have people hate Trump. It's just not enough. It doesn't tell me anything about your politics. Lots of fucking racists hate Donald Trump. So remember, like, how we're seeing this and why I'm saying what I'm saying is ultimately to point out that these big three, they're impacting all of our lives. And if we could only give people the tools to deconstruct, and look, most of them won't. Most of us will hit our ceiling. And this will be it. This will be the depth of our introspection. And then we'll die. Okay? And that's it. So take a deep breath and remember that you are an animal on a planet, and we're here to do our best by being a little less bad every day. And that's the best we can do. Okay? Right? All right. You said, for the record, I don't like Graham Plattner, and I fully believe her, but she's using the space we give her to spread her racism. I mean, she didn't say anything racist in that interview, did she? Did I miss it? You mean just her being seen? So to be clear, if a racist is a victim of rape, they shouldn't be seen in public. Is that what you're saying? Right? Like, did she say anything about, didn't she just talk about the fact that she was physically assaulted and physically abused? I get what you're saying in the sense that you're saying, but then that means that all victims of rape must be perfect victims. Then you're playing into the perfect victim mentality. There's no such thing as a perfect rape victim. Like, that doesn't make any sense. You're saying if my grandma was raped, she deserved it because she was conservative? Are you saying that, like, if my mother's raped, she deserves it because she's a conservative? Do you know what I'm saying? Because that's what you're saying. You're saying my mother, if she was raped, couldn't tell her story because she voted for Trump? Do you know what I'm saying? Like, think about the implication of what you're saying, that a rape victim has to be perfect in order for their story to be told. Like, I don't think anyone's going to become a Republican after hearing her talk about her assault story, which, by the way, was physical abuse and not specifically rape. But I don't think anyone's going to be like, you know what? Graham Plattner used to hit his girlfriend. I think I'm going to become a Republican. And if they did, they were probably a Republican anyways. It just doesn't make sense, you know? So I just feel like, I don't know what more work we've got to do to understand these things are not, they're separate issues, but okay. All right. Speaking about racism, iSpeed has been fucking getting it, bro. And iSpeed has a past and a controversy, okay? This man is not innocent either. He's done a lot of good work remarketing himself and generally is a well-liked person, okay? He's also being attacked with a lot of racism. And I hate that shit, okay? So we're going to talk about it.
News you need to know. Starting with FIFA, they just launched a major racism investigation, and you have iShowSpeed at the center of the whole thing. Rich Speed, if you don't know, he's one of the biggest live streamers in the world. He's been live streaming this year's matches to his tens of millions of followers. But that also apparently went sideways at the Argentina-Cape Verde game in Miami, Florida.
What are you saying? What are you saying? Like, what are you even saying, bro?
Some reports saying that at some point while the fan was yelling at Speed, she said, "Go cry to the zoo." And then you had other reports claiming she also said, "N-word, go home." And that's also in addition to another situation that's now blown up where it appears that a fan seems to be making maybe monkey gestures at him. All while the online comments, a lot of those have been pretty bad as well. Some saying he acts like a stupid ass animal, and some saying he, quote, deserved a lot of what Argentina's fans said about him. So with all of this playing out, you had FIFA responding saying they strongly condemn racism, hate, and discrimination in all forms, and adding that the FIFA World Cup is a celebration of unity, diversity, and respect, and saying anyone who acts in a manner that undermines those values is not welcome in our game. Right? And you also have this coming just a few days after a senator from Paraguay had an absolute Karen meltdown against Mbappe, posting things like, "That brute never even learned to write. Instead of breast milk, he sucked on coconuts, and the most educated creatures he ever listened to were chimpanzees." And then even before that, you had Belgium coach Rudy Garcia saying that the Senegal was one of those teams that tend to lose their tactical structure towards the end of their match. With critics there claiming that his comments hit on racial stereotypes of African teams being powerful and instinctive, yet tactically naive, emotionally fragile, or unable to withstand pressure. And while you had him
Oh my God. Do not worry in the chat. Thank you so much for the super chat. Anthony says Argentina fans were hurling beer at a Muslim Egypt fan. Sad to see. That's so sad to see. You know, it's so weird because I feel like this opportunity brings so many people together, and yet it just shows like such weird division amongst people. And this is why I want to highlight this story about Speed, because again, like he's done relatively well. I know, again, he has past controversy and I acknowledge it. And I think that is a problem. Separate from that, the problem is the racism he continuously faces and all of these places he visits it's too much. I don't even understand how he handles it emotionally, because like, I think it hurts his feelings. It hurts my feelings. And like, I feel like I see it on his face where it feels like it really gets to him. Because why wouldn't it? Imagine, like, why, like, I just even know how that would feel to visit places and just have people hurling, like, just really horrible things at you, making monkey noises, like all the horrible things that happens to him. And it just shows like we have so much more work to do to bring humanity together and to do the work that's necessary, you know? So Boo with the super chat, thank you so much. Says, I'll reiterate that she said, as soon as I saw his Nazi, she's trying to signal conservatives are against Nazis when they definitely aren't. Does that make sense? Thank you for the super chat. Yes, but they think they are. It is, if you asked my parents, are you against Nazis? Of course, never in my life growing up did my parents ever say anything pro-Nazi. You have to understand this. Never. Did they still vote for Trump? Yes. Do they still make excuses for white nationalists because they fucking are stupid? Yes. Like, I don't know what to tell you. Like, I'm trying to explain something psychological to you that I feel you're not getting because you don't have conservative friends or family that you actually talk to. I'm telling you, most conservatives do not think they're pro-Nazi. They literally think that it's made up. They think you're lying to them. They think you're trying to trick them. They think they would know a Nazi if they saw one. They literally think you think I'm stupid, like I wouldn't know what a Nazi looks like. But they don't know what a Nazi looks like because the Nazis have adapted. This is what I talked about in my commentary video, right? The call it a cop, call it a patriot, it's still a white nationalist, it's still a Nazi, but they don't know that. They don't know. They literally think you're fucking crazy, that you think police officers are adjacent to white supremacy. They literally think you're a fucking conspiracy theorist because they're like, what are you talking about? You want to live in a world without police officers? Who will arrest the bad guys? You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. You keep like, I hear you. I know what you're saying, but I'm telling you as somebody who lives in bubbles and talks to people, they do not, they don't, I'm telling you, the cognitive dissonance is stronger than your feeling. So yes, in action, it doesn't matter. They're still supporting white supremacists, but I'm saying they don't think they're doing that. And that's the difference here. So I hear you. I think you're pointing out something that's really real. I hear what you're saying. I do. It doesn't change the fact that conservatives literally would never think they're pro-Nazis. It just like most of them don't even think that way. The ones you see highlighted, the ones we watch on stream, those aren't the ones we're mostly going home to when we go home to our family gatherings. At least not in my bubble. In my bubble, I'm not going home to family members that have Confederate flags or that say the N-word or that do any of these things. But I am going home to family members who say, I don't know about these neighborhoods and I don't know about these politicians and I don't know about their politics and I don't know about you know what I'm saying? So that's what I'm saying. I'm saying they don't know. But because they're not doing the work, which by the way, we will talk about later with a consent conversation about this voicemail that's going viral, because so many of these women who I thought would know better could not tell that this man was being coercive because they're like, isn't he asking for consent? You think it's consent, but it's not consent. This is why I say it takes a lot of work to deconstruct exactly what people are thinking when they make a decision, which is why somebody left a comment in my chat saying, well, maybe Graham Plattner didn't know she wasn't consenting because he was drunk. Okay, but what about the next day when she told him it wasn't okay? What about the week after? What about all the conversations? What about everything else? It's like people just, their brains just come up with all these reasons why. No, it must be this. No, it must be that. But I 100%, I want you to know I see what you're saying. And I agree with you. If the conversation we were having was about politics, I'd be saying this. But the conversation we're having right now is about rape. We're talking about rape. We're talking about physical violence. We're talking about a politician seeking power. If we were having a political strategy conversation, but remember that same argument that people were focused on was the reason this rape victim, Jenny, had to come forward because nobody wanted to listen to Lindsay because she was Republican. I'm saying, well, we're busy fighting Republicans and not believing them. We are leaving rape victims behind. And I'm saying I'm not about to leave a rape victim behind or domestic abuse victim behind because they're a Republican. Right? That's what I'm saying. But I hear you. If I was having a different conversation, I'd be 100% with you. But I'm not having that conversation right now. And every time we take a minute away to have that conversation, we are now creating every excuse to ignore victims in the future because they weren't perfect. You know? Right? Chet says, I personally think what she did was a dog whistle, but she needs a platform to advocate for her protection. Yeah, it's hard to exactly yeah, I think holding space for both is important. Absolutely, right? Chet says, I'm confused. I thought we all knew most racists think that as long as they're not wearing white hoods, they're not racist. Are we erasing all the previous knowledge? That's the thing. That's the other part, right? Like, yeah, like ultimately most people don't think they're racist. Most people don't even know they have to keep deconstructing their racism after they become a progressive or a leftist. I'm going to have to deconstruct all of the racist propaganda I was taught my whole life forever. All of us will. Forever. Because there will be new kinds, new adapting ways, new propaganda, new slogans, new dog whistles, new think pieces. We will have to be deconstructing for the rest of our life. That's what I'm saying. Okay, back to this story.
Trying to clear that up, saying
This is a good example, right? Oh, maybe it's just a bunch of football fans having a good time, or maybe it's a bunch of fucking racists being racists.
he was referring to teams unaccustomed to managing a lead in high-level World Cup matches, not just African teams. A lot of people, they just weren't buying that. At the same time, you've got a lot of people pointing out that these racial issues, they're not new. For years, you've had people calling for some type of protection to make the World Cup a comfortable experience for everyone. Well, FIFA, they've made some steps in the right directions by calling the situations out and making their stands clear. There's still a long way to go, which is why you've got people saying things like, we need to have constant forms of anti-racism education and campaigns to make sure the beautiful game really is beautiful, not just a slogan that FIFA likes to use for marketing purposes, but a beautiful game in which diverse populations, different countries come together to celebrate sport and football. Also in the news, we have even more Graham Platinum.
Okay, hold on. We already know that stuff. Yeah, Chet says Argentina killed all their former slaves because they thought that living amongst them as freed people was unacceptable. Former Nazis of Germany fled there as well. Argentina is a white racist country, which is interesting because we know somebody who lives in Argentina. We know a white guy on the internet who's always attacking black people who lives in Argentina. Kind of interesting. Kind of interesting. You know, kind of a little interesting. Okay, I have 2 more sections that I want to go through with you. Let's take our 5-minute break. We'll come back. We're going to talk about rude or unethical. Last week, we had a conversation that left us having a difficulty in knowing, like, when is an action kind of neutral, like farting, and when does it become unethical? Can farting ever be unethical? Maybe. I'll give you some examples. I would say so. Could a burp ever be unethical? Maybe. Maybe. We'll talk about it. Okay. And then this voicemail that went viral, we'll talk about that second. Okay. 5-minute break, and then we'll get to it. Okay, girls? It'll be great. All right. Okay. So, first and foremost, pausing music 1, 2, 3. Get our water in, girls. I had some chips with some hummus really fast. Okay. First, I want to say thank you for the conversation. I know it was passionate, it was complicated, it was layered, it was nuanced, it was personal. Okay, so thank you for having it. I'm glad we went through it. It's really hard, and I'm glad to process it with you today. Okay, now, last week we had a conversation about ethics. And I used mundane examples like putting your seat back on an airplane, unethical or ethical. And some people struggled with that, which is so fair. What I want to do is have the conversation again as it relates to sort of society working better. So what I'm going to do is start with something casual and get a little bit more serious as we go along. So example number 1, rude or unethical. Okay, because sometimes I think we don't know how to tell the difference between one or the other. And when does something go from being rude to, hey, that is like wrong, like unethical, meaning bad for society, bad for a community. Okay, here we go. This is how to share the sidewalk.
I gotta watch that show. I gotta go see that, bro.
Okay, so what do you think? So I'll play with no sound on. So 3 guys are walking. They all move in line to each other. This, in my opinion, is the perfect way to share a sidewalk. I'm from a bubble where that is exactly how you share a sidewalk. Okay, I approve. Anybody grow up in a different bubble? Anybody that's not the custom? Does anybody not move to the side? Does anybody, if you're walking in pairs, like if my partner and I are walking, I either get in front of him or behind him? Is there anybody who doesn't do that? You know what I mean? Is there anybody who... Chet says this was no custom when I grew up in Miami, though. This was the no... There was no custom? White people do not in your bubble. They don't do it. They don't move. Like, wait, I did it, but it was also like a game of chicken? Oh, no. They absolutely do not when approaching Black people. Oh, interesting. Interesting. Okay, that was not the custom. Okay, sometimes I'm forced to walk outside of the grass because people won't move for me. Yeah. Okay, Chess has got to make room for people to pass. I get annoyed in NYC when people block the sidewalk. I noticed that a lot of people seem to like be in a different world as a big part of it. That's what I've noticed in a lot of places. I would say generally people are pretty good everywhere I've ever been to move side to side. But sometimes if it's really crowded, people just like don't think. Like I can see them thinking so hard about other things. They don't think to move. And this is active consideration that's probably hard to have. So I would say it is not, I would say it is better for community if we think about each other, including when we're walking past each other. And that includes stop talking when you pass people or be quiet. Maybe if there's children around, watching your language, moving to a side of the sidewalk to allow people to pass, maybe pausing and letting people who are in wheelchairs or bigger vehicles get around you or with strollers, okay? But it requires you to pop out of your brain and actually notice your surroundings. So it's kind of twofold, where the requirement isn't just that you have to, it's multi-layered. So you have to pay attention to your surroundings, who's approaching you. I mean, sometimes I'll notice if people are like really ahead of me, I'm like, oh, we're going to have to interact with someone soon, right? Yes, hiding, holding a smoke, exactly, right? But these are taught customs. These are not inherently ingrained in any of us. They're completely based off of our environments and how our parents raised us, how our community raised us. So don't take for granted that you, quote, know better, because you don't know better, because common sense is not a thing. You're just used to a particular custom. And then on top of that, whoever was not taught that, they're kind of neglected in a sense, honestly. And also, maybe they're just rude. So sometimes men won't budge. It's like a game for them. They want to make people move around them without ever having to move. That's an ego thing. So if a man is walking And he sees people coming. He's like, I'm not moving for anybody. Okay, that's obviously a intentional decision. That's something he's doing with thought behind it. And he's doing it on purpose to show dominance. Okay, that is unethical and rude. If somebody's spacing out and they're not paying attention, maybe they're just like rude. And then maybe at some point they're unethical. There was, I didn't bring it up. Let me see if I can find it really fast. Walking blind in the city. I watched these videos of individuals showing how walking blind in the city can be difficult because people, like, they don't know that these indents in the sidewalk are for people who are visually impaired. And so people will be walking, the sound is off, and people will be standing on them and they won't realize it's for people who are impaired, right? So look, there's like a stack of groceries here. Like, here, let me unmute him actually. Oh, where's my mute?
This is a great example of how accessibility struggles in connection with the city. If you look down, you can see that these little bumps, they're made specifically for people who are blind and visually impaired like me who are using a cane. They tell you the direction, and then there's actually even different patterns that show up that tell you this is the street, you're gonna get into a crosswalk. So it poses a problem when items like this, I don't know what it is. We would say tchotchkes in Yiddish. A bunch of tchotchkes, which just means whatevers, are in the same path. It can become confusing and even disorienting for someone like me who's trying to use these paths. It can feel like maybe I'm going in the wrong direction, maybe I've gotten lost, something is awry. So make sure if you ever see walkways like this, leave things out of their path.
But, okay, so I love this. It's so educational. And you have to know it. So that's the part, you have to know this. Somebody has to teach it to you, which is why I love like watching these TikToks, because before I didn't know that. I was like, oh, that's what that's for. I was like, that makes so much sense. Why didn't anybody ever teach me this? Why didn't anybody ever tell me that? That makes so much more sense. Or bike lanes. Bike lanes are easier. I always knew to stay out the bike lane. The amount of people who are in the bike lanes are crazy to me. Like, just absolutely insane to me that people are not more cognizant of bike lanes. Like, why are you standing in the bike? Why are you walking in the bike lane? Move. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's just so interesting. But that's because I think about it. Now, thinking about it does take spoons. It takes energy. It takes effort. So that's what's hard, too, is that you have to think about it and you've got to be taught about it, right? So that's the other part of it. So, yeah, I agree with so many of your guys' comments. All of them are so real. There's elements of dominance on the sidewalk, white supremacy at play, misogyny at play, a lot of even like anti-disability at play. Like, I'm better than you because like you're disabled and you're being annoying and you're walking too slow. And it's so annoying that I have to wait for you. There's so many layers here. So do we see how sometimes things can be rude? Like you're not being considerate to unethical. You're deliberately making a decision to ignore someone's agency and valuing them as a fellow citizen in the world. So this is why we say like we should ask ourselves like, am I just being rude, which is already a problem, or am I being unethical? Like, am I doing a bad thing for the world? Okay, here's another example. This is a farting prank video. This guy's videos show up on my feed sometimes, and he has a little voice device that makes a fake fart sound. So this is a prank, okay? Yeah. It's like a fake laugh voice. What the heck? Okay, so there's layers to this. The first layer is it unethical to do a fart prank? I'm not opposed to pranks. I'm opposed to the type of pranks. I think this prank is probably pretty harmless. Generally, probably pretty harmless. So I'm pretty okay with it, I think, unless one of you can give me an example of why it's really bad, but probably pretty okay. Actually, very much more ethical to me than a real fart. What if it was a real fart? What if it was like a really disgusting, he ate the most like rancid food to make his farts smell the most rancid, and he was going around farting on people? I would consider that assault. I would consider farting on someone assault, but I wouldn't consider this assault. So it's like a silly prank. I agree. It's so cringe. It's so stupid. At least though, it's a sound machine. Most people will find that pretty funny. They'll move on. But a real fart? Oh, hell no. Did you not just try to gas me up? Wait, gas me up is good. Gas me in the face, you know? And by the way, just as kids, we used to pull those pranks. Not me, of course. I'm a girl. But my brothers would run up, fart, and then run away. Okay, that was an assault. That was brothers being stupid. And like, I would laugh and be like, oh my God, you're so dumb. You know what I mean? Now, if they kept doing it after I said not to, and it was really impacting me, then at some point I'd be like, hey, you're basically assaulting me. Like, don't make me use the A word. You know what I mean? And that's why we have to have those conversations about when does something become it's consent. We're talking about the ability to consent after, the difference between informed consent, the difference between good humor, and the difference between, yes, chat, boundaries, pushing those boundaries. When you push the boundaries, when you go too far, you are engaging in unethical behavior. You've crossed a line. Okay? You've crossed a line. And that's where we all have to figure out when we're socializing, when did we cross the line, right? Chat said farting on someone, farting by accident, fine. Going out of your way to fart on someone is weird. Absolutely. Oh my God. I have been, okay, this is a story. So one time, this is a horrible story. Okay. I was with somebody and we were doing one of those storage war things. And we were in a storage facility, like deep in the storage facility. And we were all trapped in like this very small space. And this person farted. It was bad. And they looked so mortified, like deeply embarrassed. And I looked at them, I was like, is that you? And they're like, it's me. And I was like, oh, and we're all trapped in this very small cage. And I was like, oh my God, it was so bad. And everybody around us, like we didn't all know what to socially do. And I almost wish it was okay to say like, ah, he farted. I'm sorry. Everybody run, scatter. Like I almost wish, but instead, because everybody didn't want to hurt his feelings, they just pretended it wasn't there. Oh, but girl, it was there. Girl, it was so bad. It was really bad. And I sat there and I was like, oh my God. And so like, that's like the part of like society that I almost want to give us some social credit for. Like they just didn't want to, I could tell like everybody was like, and like nobody wants to say anything. But I almost wish it was more socially acceptable for all of us to run away a little bit. But that was an accident. That was truly an accident. Okay, so not a big deal. What if somebody in that storage unit, what if the person I was with did it on purpose? And what if they kept doing it on purpose? And what if they weren't embarrassed? And what if people knew they weren't embarrassed? And what if even someone thought it was funny and they were And what if people started saying like, hey, bro, that's really fucked up. Go walk away from here. And he said, no, I can fart wherever I want to fart. Do you know what I'm saying? Now it would be unethical. It would have gone from something that was an accidental to maybe a rude to, hey, that's really fucked up. You'd almost deserve, kick him out. Like kick him out. And that's why when we have these conversations about what is ethical, what is unethical, we have to have a conversation about what is the context, what is the intent? What is the situation? Right? Okay, now look at this video. It says, trying to make a cute video, but my wife has misophonia.
Cheers. If you chew in my ear ever again, we're getting a divorce.
So she said, if you chew in my ear ever again, we're going to get a divorce. If you go to the comment section, let me pull it up for you. First comment, 87,000 likes, says unsolicited advice, casually joking, throwing around the word divorce is not good for marriages. Okay, let's talk about this in twofold. One, the joke I thought was fine. It was obviously like a hyperbolic statement to emphasize the discomfort. Okay. And I think it's fine. I say things like that to my partner all the time. Like, I will divorce you. Get away from me. Like, okay, about similar things like sensory issues or stuff. I was like, no. Now, I will say that there's a thing here, which a lot of people really don't like that. The second person even here said, hey, so the divorce joke isn't funny. And I pray this love never finds me. Like, again, I say it all the time to my partner. Sometimes, if in any way it makes them like, oh, that hurts my feelings, don't say that. Okay, fine. But generally, it's just a joke. Do you know what I mean? It's just like, I will divorce you. Like, I will break up with you. Like, I will leave right now. You know what I mean? So it has to be a safe space to make the joke. But if your partner ever feels bad about it, sure, I would make the joke. Right? But it's interesting that there are bubbles that think anytime you talk about it, it's a super red flag. But for me, it's so contextual based. Now, if my partner was like, Brittany, every time you make that joke, it really makes me think you're going to leave me. Could you please never make it again? Yeah, I would never make it again. And then if I kept making it, it would be a violation of their consent. You know? So that's the conversation. The conversation isn't that the joke isn't good for marriage. I would argue it might be fine for some marriages and it might be taken too far, but I don't think it's always a negative. The 87,000 upvotes, you know? So again, in this small little video, I just didn't see anything wrong with the relationship. So it was interesting that people were like, oh, the relationship's so bad, or oh, this is so wrong. But then some people were like, I almost divorced you too, and I'm not even married to you. And then that was kind of funny, right? Yeah, chat said I disagree. I saw more of an issue with chewing in the ear. Yeah, actually, thank you, chat. Wasn't it funny that, I don't know if she did that on purpose, right? I don't think so. She said trying to make a cute video, but my wife has misophonia. So I don't think she was trying to do it on purpose. But what if she kept doing it on purpose? Then that would be unethical. Like, oh, hey, my wife has a sensory issue. Let me make fun of her. Teehee. Well, then that would be wrong, right? So I'm not sure. Let me see. Let's watch it again.
Cheers.
Her jaw sound is crazy though. Like genuinely, like the pop sound in her jaw every time she eats, that's pretty intense.
If you chew in my ear ever again, we're getting a divorce.
Okay, if you chew my ear ever again, we're gonna get divorced. Like, yeah, I just think it's kind of funny. And she thought it was funny because she said, fighting for my life every time I chew. Honestly, girl, I'd get that checked. What's that about? What's the sound coming out? But you know, no judgment, right? Okay, so I feel like the video is fine. I just thought it was interesting the way the chat reacted to it. So again, if either push boundaries, unethical. Otherwise, just kind of funny, kind of like, okay, maybe on the borderline of rude, maybe if she did it on purpose. And then if she did it again and again and again on purpose, it's now, hey, you're not just being rude, you're violating my consent. Right? Okay, next video. This is about, we're going to talk about shopping carts for a little while, so brace yourselves.
I like to lean back. I don't like to lean back.
Oh, wait, no. This is flight. Sorry, we're not doing shopping carts yet. This is seats on an airplane.
On flights, because I don't like to lean back on flights because I hate when people do it to me. I understand you're allowed to do it because it's like it's a feature that's there. Mm-hmm. But for some reason, it feels inconsiderate, even though it's like technically not.
Yeah.
But I usually try to scope out who's behind me and how much space I have. Like if it's like a child or like some girl who's short like you, then I would be fine. But if it's like a 6'5" dude, then a lot of times I'll be like, all right, well, I'm not going to ruin his fucking flight.
Okay. So, you know, there's a thought that goes behind that. You see how he has like a line of thinking? He's thinking about it. There's like when it's okay, when it's not okay, right? Okay, next TikTok. Wow, actually, this is not a TikTok, girls. This is a report by CBS LA. This is actually the news. This is many years ago, 6 years ago. This is posted 6 years ago. Okay, this is the news.
Flight coach, you can really feel boxed in, right? And when the person in front of you reclines their seat, but things got really weird on a recent American Airlines flight, and it was all caught on camera. You've probably seen it. Here's Stephen Fabian.
New video is emerging of the incident showing that the male passenger not only punched the seat, but also hit it with his open hands like he was playing the bongos, even bopping his head as he hit her seat. How hard was he hitting the back of your seat?
Hard. Like, I flew forward several times, and then I just kind of leaned forward because I knew it was coming.
It happened on a flight from New Orleans to Charlotte when Wendy Williams reclined her seat shortly after takeoff. How did this start?
The man behind me asked me to not recline it while he ate. It's something he brought on the plane. And so I left my seat unreclined for a good 10 minutes.
After he was done with his meal, she says she reclined the seat again. On the tape, if you listen closely, you can hear him asking her, "What's your problem?"
I don't know.
Williams says she summoned a flight attendant, hoping to de-escalate the situation.
She went back to him and she whispered something like really kind to him, like, "Oh, what's wrong, sir?" And she said, "It is really tight back here. You know, I'm so sorry." And I just thought, Are we in an alternate universe where?
She was even issued this passenger disturbance notice that reads, "You should immediately cease if you wish to avoid prosecution and your removal from this aircraft."
She said, "I'm not dealing with you anymore," handed me that, and threatened to have me escorted off the plane.
Williams says she has a fused vertebrae that gives her a lot of pain, so she needed to recline her seat.
That was Stephen Fabian reporting. Williams says she wants the FBI to file charges against the guy. In a poll of people who saw the viral video, 70% support Williams, but 30% are behind the man.
I think both of these people seem very unlikable, to be completely frank. I think both of them are probably just in this clip. I could never know outside of this clip. Both of them seem deeply unlikable, but I don't know these people. So we're just going to go off this video. Okay, it's 2 minutes long. So, you know, take that with a grain of salt. He can't recline. He's up against a wall. She can recline. And though she waited, it wasn't clear. In her head, she probably thought she did what was necessary. She waited till he was done eating. But in his head, I think he was trying to make it clear, like, don't recline. I don't have enough room back here. But the way he engaged with her, physically, like pushed on her chair, it's an escalation. It's an unnecessary, very strange escalation. Now, I don't know if he's having a panic attack. I don't know if he has a problem flying. Listen, I have huge troubles flying. I have a system about how I fly. And everything I do in order to prepare to fly is something I never try to bring attention to. I'm very strategic about what seat I have. I'm very strategic about what tools I bring with me. Because I have a very difficult time flying. I have never... I would never think to engage this way on an airplane because I am terrified of being arrested on an airplane. The fact that he has no fear of being arrested is so interesting to me. And then the fact that, yeah, chat, she goes, I want the FBI involved. Okay, ma'am. This is like a Karen versus a Steve. What is happening? This is white on white crime. What do you mean the FBI? Because he hit your chair? Because he was annoyed with you? And then him being like patting her chair. Like, oh my God, these two people, bro. These two people. You know what I mean? Absolutely not. And so again, like I look at both of them, I'm like, neither of you had the maturity to de-escalate this situation. Amazing. Like amazing that of all the tools in the world, neither of you guys could have this conversation in a way that like, you know what I'm saying? And also, the seats are too small. Airlines are fucking with us every day, charging us shit tons of money for the stupidest, smallest seats I've ever seen. It is outrageous the money we pay to fly and these kindergarten-sized seats, okay? So we also need to rally against these airline companies because Jesus Christ, I'm 5'1" and it's too small over here. So God forbid I was 6 feet. God forbid I was 6'7". You know what I mean? It's very hard to sit in these seats. It's bullshit how little room they give you. It really is disgusting, okay? And people shouldn't have to pay more for more leg room. We should be able to sit comfortably in an airplane. We should have options, okay? Now, do I think people should recline on an airplane? No. Only if there's no one behind you or the person behind you literally doesn't care. But generally, I don't think airplane seats should recline. I just think it's too much of a menace. All of these things could be avoided if people couldn't do it. And really, what does it even serve? Like, I don't think I've ever really seen the benefit to it. I hate it too. I hate when people, did we say 6'7"? She said them. Did I say 6'7"? Or did somebody else? She said them. But like, you know, I don't, listen, we're grown-ups here. We don't 6'7", okay? We're so old. We should not be 6'7"ing. Anyways, 6'7", like the height. I get it. But like the point is that we should be utilizing every opportunity we have to be kinder to our neighbors, and that includes our airplane neighbors, right? We should be trying to be the adults in the room. And yes, sometimes that means dealing with things that are uncomfortable. Guys, sometimes I think to myself when I'm in those situations, like, how do I de-escalate? Because I also am uncomfortable. It's not like I'm having a great time either. So it's like, okay, how do I de-escalate? How do I do the right thing? How do I not panic or freak out? Like, I have a lot of trouble flying. And yet, okay, I do my best to keep all the screaming inside my head versus in physical, you know? And it does. Like, my head is crazy. Like, it's like SpongeBob trying to find his name. It's like, but I just sit there and I'm like, be normal, be cool. And I'm just like, But in my head, I'm like, I'm going to jump. I'm going to jump out of this airplane. I'm like, you're not going to jump out of this airplane, stupid. And like, I'm just like, this is a terrible experience. I hate flying. I hate it. But I would do it if I had to. Okay, so I'm not going to make it worse for somebody else who might be having an equally hard time by putting my chair back when they're trying to enjoy their meal or something. Okay, or use their tray table to put their iPad on or their book or something, right? So that's how I think about it. Now, we've had this conversation before too. Again, it's not automatically unethical to recline your chair. The context matters, right? And the context is everything. And I think that's what we have to talk about. Now, I wish we had I wish before we got on a flight, we could say recline or not recline. And then everybody who doesn't recline could sit in that section. Everybody who reclines can sit in that section. Or somebody who said, I'm okay with people reclining in front of me, because there are people who don't care. How efficient would that be if we could make that decision so we would have less of these problems? That's how I would formulate the situation. That's how I would fix it. But I don't know. Okay, now look at this video. I genuinely don't know if this is real, but it shocks me. Actually, let me look at something really fast. Yeah, I think this is what he does. Okay, look at this TikTok. Ethical or not ethical? Revenge on guy for not returning his cart.
You want me to put that cart back for you? Yeah. While I'm putting that back, why don't you pick up that shit? It's not somebody else's job to pick up your stuff. Quick spin and pack draw while we return this cart. Ooh, $400 pair of Jordans.
Thanks, dude. Hate it when people don't return them.
Yep.
Come on, man.
Pick those up while you're at it. You want me to put that cart?
So if you go to his channel, it's all this kind of stuff. It says like children at play.
Kobe! Quick spin and pack draw while we wait for our next victim. Ooh, a $700 MacBook. Kobe!
Okay, if you go to his page, that's his whole thing, basically. Oop, this copyright. This one went super. You know what I mean? Okay, so I genuinely think this is like a bad person. If he's really doing these things, I think he's a bad person. Which is interesting. 100,000 followers, married my sister back in 2010. I think he's a fake rage baiter. I think he is. I think these people got to be in on it. But the question is it ethical to post videos if this isn't real? If this is what you're doing? Because if it is, then the posting of the content, so it's unethical. If he was really doing it, it'd be unethical. What's this? Woman drivers? Dumb ways to die? Yeah, he just seems like a fucking asshole. He seems like a misogynist wife beater. He's giving that energy. He has the energy that I beat my wife. You know what I mean? I'm not saying he does. I'm saying that's the branding he's chosen to have. I don't know why you would choose that branding. Okay. It's just like, why would you choose this? So again, I don't know if this is fake, but the point is that the question of ethics is if the content is unethical, if he's doing it in real life, is it unethical? Like, I just feel like he looks like a bad guy here. You know? Let's see. Chet says, yeah, gotta be fake rage bait, but unethical anyways. Yeah, it's gotta be, right? Oh yeah, isn't it illegal to put up your own street sign? I think it is illegal. I think it's definitely illegal. I don't think you could do that. You know? So great example. Now, okay, look at this example. Different creator. If you don't put your cart back, you're a bad person. Okay, that's a big statement. Let's watch.
Yeah, no, don't worry. I'll be the adult and take your shit back for you. It's not hard. It's like 5 feet away. Yeah, no, don't worry.
Okay, what do you guys think about him? Let's watch it again.
Yeah, no, don't worry. I'll be the adult and take your shit back for you. It's not hard. It's like 5 feet away. Yeah, no, don't worry.
Okay, I think he's a fucking asshole. I think he's a bad person. I bet he beats his wife too. Why do men always feel good about themselves when they're fucking violent about it? Like, there's no humility here. You're not doing it because it's the right thing to do. You're doing it so you feel better about other people. Like, you feel above them. That's why he's doing it. So he's a bad person too. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're rude, you're annoying. Yes, chat, he's hostile. He's recording it. He's like putting a judgment out. Like, This is not what I mean when I say I think it's better to take the cart back. I'm saying I understand it's annoying, but thinking you're better than other people because you took the cart back is not the point. The point is we have to raise children to think about the community at large because these things can hurt people. You're not a bad person if you don't put your cart back. I do think you're engaging in philosophical evil, though, because of the harm that can be caused. One time, I was at a parking lot and people didn't put their carts in the cart return thing. And the winds were blowing so heavily, carts were flying all over the parking lot, knocking into people, knocking into cars. And I ran out and I started putting the carts back. And it's like, that's what I think of too. That's what I think of. I think of who is this going to possibly hurt in the future because I didn't take 2 seconds to go put it away, or tell a worker to come with me to put the cart away from me if I can't do it myself, because I've seen it happen. I also used to work at a grocery store and I used to have to go collect carts, and it's amazing how many people, like, it hurts people. It hurts cars, it hurts property. And so it's just like, oh, that's so unnecessary. But again, okay, there are layers to this. We also need to have enough workers to follow you out into the parking lot to help you with your groceries, which is a service that most of the places I've worked at offer. I don't think they offer that anymore. I think it's been a long time since I've been offered, do you need help to your car? But when I was much younger, that was typical. But I don't think, we need to do that again, right? So that kind of stuff, right? Let's see. Chat says, Brittany, oh, it's wrong, but I judge people who put their carts back, who don't put their carts back, but I don't know why he's so mad and hostile. Yeah, I don't judge the individual for not putting their cart back, but I judge the culture at play. Like, I judge the whole putting your carts on the grass. I am judging whatever system at play raised these children to think this was appropriate, and then they became adults who put it on the grass. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, but I understand there will be situations in which sometimes you have to make these decisions. So here's a woman, a mother. Here's a TikTok that went pretty popular.
I'm not returning my shopping cart, and you can judge me all you want. I'm not getting my groceries into my car, getting my children into the car, and then leaving them in the car to go return the cart. So if you're going to give me a dirty look, fuck off.
Okay, so I don't really understand this too much because my mother had 10 kids and she always took time to put the cart back, or we did it with her, or it was like a field trip. I mean, the cart returns are like in every 5 cars. They're right there. It's very seldom that you won't have a cart return near you. Your kids can also stay in the car for 2 seconds with the windows down. Nothing's going to happen in the 2 seconds it's going to take you. So it feels a little bit weird, but people really resonated with it. They really related to this. And yeah, I don't know. It just feels like we're not even trying. But I also think this not even trying is the reason the world is failing so badly. So when I say be a little less bad every day, this would be a part of it. Like, yeah, you could leave the cart on the grass, or for the sake of the environment and the neighborhood and the safety and the workers, I'm just going to walk it 2 feet. You know? I feel like when I think about being a little less bad, I definitely want to do this. I want to put the cart back. That's how I think about it. Chet said there is a real shame, fear about leaving kids in the car, even for just a few minutes, maybe. Sure, depending on the bubble, that might be the case. Again, I didn't grow up in that bubble. Lucky enough, I grew up in a bubble where, like, it was relatively safe to keep your kids in the car, depending on their ages. Of course, you wouldn't leave like a baby in the car, and you would leave the older kids in the car with the air running or something. But also, I know that it depends on the family and your kids and the safety, but like also it depends on your neighborhood. So like, I lived in places where, it was safe for people to come talk to you or to say, to interact with you, I guess. Or I grew up in a place that was like, maybe times have also changed, so I recognize that as well. But then I always question why you're bringing babies into the world where you don't trust your neighborhood type thing. But that's a whole other conversation. But she just seemed condescending, which was annoying to me. But yeah, I think there's like a lot of layers to this. Now we're gonna get a little bit more serious. Wait, no, not this video yet. This video. Okay, here's a little less serious, but kind of interesting. It's a It's a New Yorker's shame line cutter back in line 8 years ago. New York Post. Fuck the Post. This is 8 years ago. They did a little social experiment about cutting line to see if anybody got mad at it.
Yeah, I'm just gonna jump in.
Okay, so here he is.
Oh, I really like doing the whole line thing, yeah.
Not gonna wait like everyone else is gonna wait.
I mean, I don't like doing it, you know.
Sure, not going to run people sitting in line for 20 minutes.
And so he's like, oh, I don't want to wait. I don't do the line thing. And he's like, well, I've been sitting in line for 20 fucking minutes. Those food carts are no joke.
All right.
And then he just leaves, which I really appreciate about the level of this experiment is he doesn't make a fight with anybody. He just leaves, which is good. So what he's trying to get is the initial reaction, but he's not trying to cause a fight versus these like in real life streamers nowadays. I feel like they would have made a fight or something. He just walks away, which I appreciate.
Where you come from?
This is the worker.
I just wandering around.
No, you just run around that way. Because you can't walk in here.
Oh, I thought this was the line for number 7.
Huh?
I thought this was
I think this is a worker. He has like a uniform on, I think, right?
the line for number 7.
You got to go and get in line.
Is this a worker or is this just a gentleman in line? TKTS? I don't know. I thought it was a work uniform when I first saw it, but maybe it's not.
Oh, okay.
Go get in line. All right. Thank you, sir.
No problem.
So Z, he just walks, which I appreciate. Okay, this one's crazy. He goes underneath.
Sorry.
Okay, yeah, Chet said it is the name of the place he works at. It says all these people saw you go under there. Okay, so this one he plays out a little bit longer, but then he leaves. Okay, so you get the idea. Like, I kind of like this idea that it's really hard to say something, to stand up and say, like, hey, you're doing a wrong thing. Like, please don't do that. This happens this last time around. Nobody stops him.
Is this the back of the line or? No, it's not. Oh, wow, that's long, huh?
And so nothing happens. He's not confronted. They don't want to confront him about it. It's one of those things where it's, you know, this attitude of like, I'm going to stop this guy from being bad. Okay, I'll give you an example. I was dating this guy. Okay, it was, listen, a long time ago. And we had very opposing beliefs about what was a good community member action, okay? We were both like liberals, so it wasn't about like Republicans or something. It was about what was good community action. He never did these things, but he talked about doing these things. And it was always a fight. It always turned into a fight. He'd say, oh, I hate the way that guy parked. I'm going to write on his car. And I was like, why? And he was like, I'm going to put a sticker on his car. And I'm like, why? He's like, because he parked like an asshole. I was like, yeah, but doesn't that make you an asshole now for writing on his car? And he's like, no, he gets what he deserves. I was like, yeah, but that's just an asshole move. You're just being an asshole. And he's like, no, it's like somebody's got to teach him a lesson. And I was like, but in order to teach him a lesson, you have to be a guy who writes on people's cars. That's an asshole move. And like, this is the kind of fight that I would get in with people. This is the fight I get in with you guys on stream. Your desire to correct someone's action or seek revenge has no wisdom if it just makes you the asshole. You becoming an asshole to show the assholes, like this dark woke, is not good. It's not helping anybody. And so, like, this is what I'm saying. I've never been this person. I'm not this person. I'm not a vengeful person. I am not a bitter person. I do not hold on to grudges at this point in my life. Absolutely not. Okay, I've gone through younger years of being quite bitter, let me tell you. But I'm not a vengeful person. Never been one of those. I do not want to see you suffer, my bro. You know what I'm saying? But especially as something as silly as like, I'm going to write on their car. Like, that's just your ego. That's your ego, you know? So this is why I say, like, when we have these conversations, we have to make sure it's not about our ego. We have to make sure it's really about the community, you know? Just says, because how is that helpful? Like, how will that make him a better parker? No, it's just going to make him more angry. And listen, by the way, do I hate bad parkers? Oh, girls. Truthfully, if you are truly an inconsiderate parker, I genuinely hope your pillow is warm and you never drink a glass of water that doesn't have a moldy taste to it. But also, like, what the fuck is wrong with you? And also, like, I would never actually escalate, though. You know, I would never think to escalate. Because, like, what are we doing? So, yeah, like, do I think, like, ego parking is a thing? And that's what it is. I think a lot of it is ego parking. You know what I mean? And I think that's a big part of it, is that a lot of the men with their ego parking piss me off. Because I'm like, bro, or people who take, you know, disabled spots from people, who, if you're disabled, I'm for it. But if you're not disabled and you know you're not disabled and you take those spots, and I'm not talking about having visible disabilities. I'm not saying, like, I'm saying if you're disabled, that spot's yours. If you're not disabled, though, rude and unethical. Rude and unethical. There you go. Right? So again, when we have these conversations, it's like, yeah, I would love if everybody always took into consideration other people. I would love it if we all thought about it, but I know we're humans on a planet, are animals on a planet. I know we have limitations, and I know we always can't be thinking about everybody. Okay? Now, this is separate from, you remember the last time we had this conversation, we talked about wearing PJs in public, specifically to the airport? What about wearing PJs to the supermarket? Like, some people would be like, oh, that's so unethical. I don't think it's unethical or immoral to wear PJs to the supermarket. Do I think it tells me you're having a rough day? A little bit. Does that mean you're probably like, you really don't care today? I hear you, girl. I've been there, done that, you know? But that makes me more empathetic, where I'm like, you must be going through it today. You know? That's what I think. And I go, I'm going to leave you alone. Because, like, going to the PJs in the store, for me, means I'm going through it. Because why would I do that? And if I'm going through it, the last thing I need is your judgment, right? And I'm not hurting anybody. And if I'm not hurting anybody, who fucking cares? But people care more about aesthetic than practical practice. So the same people that judge you for wearing PJs to the store are the same people who park bad or don't return their carts. And I'm like, if you park bad, you're limiting parking for people who need closer parking. As an example, if you're not taking the carts back, you could hurt people / make it more inconvenient to find parking spaces and hurt the environment. It's like not helpful. But if you're wearing PJs to the store, like, who are we hurting? Like, who are we hurting? You know what I mean? Like, who is the victim? Your fashion sense? That's okay. That's okay. You know what I mean? Right? Just as, does this have to do with how you say that you have to dress presentable, hygienic to signal that you're a safe person? Well, it's not to say that you have to. It's to say that if you don't, people might think you're going through it. So it depends. Because if I see a guy with bad breath standing next to me, disheveled, he reeks, which has happened to me in public, I go, he's going through it. And if you're going through it, not only am I going to avoid you, not talk to you, but I'm going to assume you want to be left alone. And so there are elements of safety that come into this. Sometimes in Croatia, I'll be at the store and the guy in front of me, I was like, oh, my brother in Christ, I can smell you. I can smell the alcohol on you. And I just think, you know, I hope you have a great day, sir. But also, you know, so I think there's a layer to this, but I think it depends on the social circumstance and the situation at hand. If you're smelling so bad, this is a good example. If you're going to a wedding and you smell so bad that everybody notices and it's the only thing people can think about, we need to help you. So I would hope that your family members would rally around you and get you new clothes and a toothbrush and comb your hair and bring you back to the party, right? I would want the community to rally in helping you. But if you are like, oh, this is just who I am and this is my authentic self and I'm going to come to your wedding and ruin it because that's just who I am. Okay, well, that's maybe unethical, right? If you're at a wedding, as an example, and you burp on accident and everyone kind of giggles, like, and you're like, oh my God, I'm so sorry. And everyone kind of ha ha ha. And then you do it again and again and again and again and again. Well, now it's not just like funny. Now it's like really fucking rude. And now you're like, what are you doing? So everything has to go back to why we're doing it. And that's why I don't judge a book by its cover. unless I think the cover is obvious, because I try to gauge like what could be going on here, right? Chat says, do you think it's unethical to not wear deodorant without a health reason, like skin allergies? No, I don't think you smell if you don't wear deodorant. A lot of people don't wear deodorant and do not smell. I don't think it's a deodorant or not deodorant thing, because I don't know that deodorant works for all people. I don't think it's a must. I don't think it's a requirement. A lot of people don't wear deodorant and they do not smell to me. So I wouldn't say you have to wear deodorant or wear deodorant. I would say that you should consider that if you can smell yourself, we can smell yourself more. You know, like example, one of my girlfriends one time when we were really, really young, like minors, we were at the movie theater and I could smell her period pad. I was like, girlie, you need to change your period pad. I can smell you. And she was like, oh my God, I didn't even realize. And she went and changed her period pad. Like, we can smell you. You know what I'm saying? So like, and we were kids. So when we have these conversations, I would see it as just as ethical to warn my friend so she's not embarrassed as it would be to make sure she's not doing it on purpose. But like, I would, you know what I mean? Like, be there for your friends as well. Like, let them know. Maybe they don't know. You know what I mean? Right? Chet said, what about someone smelling bad in the workplace? Like armpits smell bad? Yeah, give them some deodorant. That's the thing. If you're really chill with your community, you can be like, bro, you smell, bro. Do you want help? You want my deodorant? You know how many times I've gone to work and my girlfriend's like, girl, like you have a hickey on your neck. Here's my cover up. Or, oh my gosh, like you need some hair stuff or nail stuff or I don't know, insert thing here. Like, you know how many times I've gone places and people were like, here, I've got you. Do you know what I'm saying? When we take it back to community, we also can offer solutions to people. I always carry extra tissues in my purse and I always carry it in a container so people know it's clean, like the bag it came in. I always have, you know, I don't have them now, but I used to even carry tampons. I used to always carry stuff that like, if people needed them, I could help. So it's just that kind of stuff. But I always try to carry stuff or have stuff on me that could be helpful to people in case they need something. And that's again how I think about it. That's just something to consider. You don't have to do it. It's just one way to think about it, you know? And also being able to ask like, hey, does my breath smell? It's something I've practiced over the years. Like even my partner and I, we have an open policy to be like, your breath is stale. Or I love you, like go take a shower. Or oh, I love you, I can smell the outside. That's my partner's favorite. He's like, oh, you were outside today. Because all the air and the smog gets in my hair. And he's like, and like, yeah, like I can tell, or he can tell. Like it's really nice to have somebody who can say like, I love you, no. And like it not be like rude or mean. It's actually like letting them know, because I would want to know, right? If my breath smelled or something. You know, yeah, Chit says sometimes I have to hold my breath with certain coworkers pass by. 100%. Oh, 100%. I have, because you haven't brushed your teeth smell is so specific to my nose. I feel like I can always tell when someone hasn't brushed their teeth. Well, maybe not always, but there is a very specific smell. And I'm like, and it makes me nauseous. The smell is sickly to me. And I can always be like, someone didn't brush their teeth today. I can smell your morning breath. So yeah, I'm like, you know, I can definitely, I've been there. Okay, now let's pivot to something a little bit more serious. There is this woman who's just all over my For You page. She is, I think, okay, you know what? I won't say anything. I'll let you watch. She's the host. So we're watching The Host, okay? You let me know.
What do you think is going on here?
It says ICE rally suddenly becomes a human barrier showdown.
What's going on here? What's happening? It's a parade. It's a parade. They can't even define what the parade is for. They hate me. They won't let me in the parade. They keep following us around. Why won't they let you in? Because I voted for Trump. I mean, you could get the number of things.
I want your attention to be on the black woman with the blonde curls who says Black Queen against oppression, okay?
Can you go in?
If I voted for Trump, can I go in the parade?
Can she go in? Is she allowed into the parade? Surprising! I think it's just because she's attracted to you. That's definitely the reason. Everybody knows you're hot.
You should get yourself back in there and ask more questions for people.
Yes. That's exactly what we're going to keep doing. Look at this one. She said she was happy that I got punched in the face by another brown woman. Isn't that fucking wild? Oh, now she's going to look like, no, I didn't say that, but we have it on video.
No one should be getting fucking punched in the face, no matter your color, your gender, who you voted for. That shit doesn't matter. Exactly. We're all equal and we're all beautiful. And you tell us what a dyke is? What a dyke? I don't really know. Can they tell me what a dyke is?
That's all it is. It's a woman who's attracted to another woman.
Okay, yeah.
What is a woman?
A woman is someone that has female parts, and a male is someone that has male parts.
It's 2020
It's so
is
easy.
pretty easy. And a straight woman knows the definition of lesbian.
Isn't it insane I had to ask you that? I mean, I think everyone should know the answer to that, but none of these people do. None of these people
Somebody
do.
told me that if I have a boyfriend, he might be lesbian. Please explain that to me.
Then he's just confused. I should
They-
bring out my Trump sign.
You should. They hate her because she doesn't follow their narrative, and it doesn't matter.
An individual that has actual morals.
We accept everybody. We
should-
support all
so
gays.
Should I punch someone in the face right now because
Yeah, that's what
they're
I would like to
celebrating
know.
this parade?
If I don't, okay.
They've been
if I don't
fascist
agree
this whole time.
with this, should I be able to harm them? Well, we've asked that question today.
They've been fascist. She's
They
black. I'm
don't
gay.
care
She's
about
gay.
political violence.
So we've got the black woman, the gay man, and the lesbian out to harass the homosexuals at the Pride Parade. Oh no, this is an ICE parade. This is an ICE parade. Or ICE rally. Sorry, parade sounded crazy. Sorry, ICE rally. Jesus fucking Christ. So, okay, right? Now, if I'm not mistaken, this is the same woman that got that deliberately, purposely angered people over abortion, and then someone hit her in the face because of it. We watched it on stream. Listen, I don't think anyone should be punched. Period. I do think self-defense is real, and I think if you push people into a corner and you really trigger people and you do it on purpose, that eventually it is a form of violence. And I do think words are violence. So you better be careful what words you speak in terms of going after people. And so I do think that she has a tendency to do this in all of her work, and then she plays the victim, right? So here's another, oops, I just deleted it. Come back. Here's this video. Oop, the volume is off.
Oh boy. We don't need you to talk for a black woman.
And look, she has Black Queen against oppression, and then the gay guy comes in and tries to go, you don't need to speak for a black woman. You know what I'm saying? They're weaponizing the language. Like, this is unethical. You are not in the community. You know you're there to cause an issue. You're not actually trying to build community. This is unethical behavior, in my opinion. Okay? And I'm saying, I don't want to punch you. I don't think anyone should punch you. I don't think violence is okay. And we have to recognize that you are also engaging in a verbal punch. You are going to people's spaces. We are, you're going to a very vulnerable space, and you are basically punching them, and they're trying to be like, what are you doing? And then when they try to de-escalate and walk away, you chase them. So here are the groups here. They're trying to warn each other. Don't talk to her. Don't talk to her. And then they go, why can't she talk to me? Why can't she talk to me? Because you're literally harassing people.
I'm confused. We're just making YouTube videos. What's the importance of coming out to the Dyke March?
Oh boy. We don't need you to talk for a black woman.
Sorry, I'm confused. What's going on? I'm what? Are you gonna listen to a white woman tell you who I am? I wanted to talk. What is the Catholic Lesbians?
It's a group at a church downtown.
Okay. And what do you guys do in Catholic Lesbians?
We just kind of hang out.
Yeah. Do you think that your faith, because I'm also a Catholic, do you think that it's open to people of the LGBT community?
I think it's yeah.
Because I think it is. A lot of people say that Christianity, oh my God, look at what you're doing. You're like cornering her in. A lot of people say that Christianity is not welcoming to LGBTQ people. Would you disagree? Don't touch me. Don't touch me. You literally just rammed your body into me. Do not touch me. What is wrong with you? What is wrong with you? Why are you so...
See, like, this is obviously bad faith. This is deeply unethical for her to get into people's faces and for her to be like, don't touch me, don't touch me. Habibi, you don't have to be there. You deliberately went into a space you know you're not welcome. You know you don't even want to be there. You know you hate these people. And then you harassed people who are trying to get away from you. And then you're like, don't touch me. They're trying to get away from you.
Fascistic. This is fascism. I'm trying to have a...
And then to say this is fascism while you are a Republican, while you're bothering people, while you're a Catholic. Do you know what I'm saying?
Conversation with a fellow Catholic, and you're shutting down that conversation. How long are you guys going to do this? And who gave you the authority?
How is this not how is this not harassment? I'm so confused.
Because it wasn't the founding fathers. Do you think you're better than me?
Apparently you want to shut down every kind of conversation. Why
do you
is
think that you're better than me?
How is this not harassment? Hello?
I have no comment. I'm sure you don't, but you can ram your body into me and physically make contact with me, which is assault. Now you want to walk away. You were so happy. You were so happy to be up on me in my personal space. Why are you? So then walk away. I've already asked you to go away.
We've asked you like 3 times now to walk away, and you still haven't done it.
If somebody communicates so you're making them uncomfortable,
this is why I say, like, there's a very specific type of marginalized person, a very specific type of minority who plays these games. Like the Blair Whites, these people, Ariel, like, it's a very specific group of people. And I just think they're so philosophically evil. And I think some part of them believes it because I think everyone's doing it. But I think a lot of them could also be grifters. But it's so philosophically unkind. It's just so fucking evil. Don't bother these people. They're here to fight against ICE kidnappings. We just had a horrible death recently. We'll talk about it tomorrow. ICE shot a father. It was just terrible. And, you know, to sit here and to, you know, harass people, queer people, people who are here to, you know, fight against ICE, like, what a horrible, horrible situation. And what is the point of all of this?
You respect that and say, I don't consent to you touching me, to you putting your hands in
You know, what's the point?
my face, or do you not care when people say no?
Hold on. Chet said this is what I've begun to call spiritually Israeli. Why not just call it spiritually United States or America? Why would you go after Israel? Don't you see how weird that is? You're making, guys, she's from America. Call it what it is. It's American. It's US. It's United States. When you make it Israeli, you're making it, sounds anti-Semitic. Because it's not unique to Israel. Your own government's doing it right now. The United States is doing it right now. Just call it United States. She's in the United States. You know what I mean? She's an American. You don't have to say spiritually Israeli. That's like, I would really deeply reconsider that because it just sounds like anti-Semitism. It sounds like a weird dog whistle. It doesn't make sense. Attack America because America doesn't have any of that baggage. And it's just as true in America as it is in Israel. You know what I mean?
Do you not care when people say, no, don't touch me, no, don't follow me? Yeah, it's not very fun being followed, is it? It's not very fun. It's weird and creepy.
And how much are you getting paid?
I mean, just a reminder that Hitler literally was inspired by our own government treatment of Black Americans. Like, Hitler was inspired by us. By Americans. By the US. So...
How are you? Good. I love your outfit. What's the importance of coming out to the Dyke March?
What's the importance of it?
Okay. Do you know these people? They keep following me. I'm with Black Queens Against Oppression. They don't like my YouTube channel.
They're shutting down your First Amendment right now.
Do you like support other people that like my...
Like, the First Amendment right stuff is obviously a right-wing dog whistle.
have different political opinions but are still in the LGBT community?
I'm sorry, I'm really confused.
Why do you do that? Why?
Yeah, you're confused, we know.
We're just making YouTube videos.
Do you know what I mean? Like, what are you doing, girly? And this is what I mean to say about, like, recognizing, like, am I just rude or am I unethical? Like, this is beyond rude. You know what you're doing. Playing stupid is so unnecessary. And that's what it is. It's deliberate. And to have the gay guy, to have the Black woman, to have the lesbian come together. It's like the worst group of the Powerpuff Girls I've ever seen. To harass people at the Dark March, to harass people at the anti-ICE rally, to harass people is just so fucking unnecessary. And I think it is like the biggest part and the biggest issue of discerning, like, what am I dealing with? Who am I dealing with? Am I dealing with somebody in good faith or am I dealing with a troll? I mean, she's got completely troll energy, which is what got her punched in the first place, because she approached a woman who was so good faith, this woman who's having a very open conversation with her about abortion. And then she was so bad faith. It was like, we're biological creatures. Don't push us into a corner. We're going to punch back. So again, all of us are responsible for how we show up in the world. And, okay, we have to think about de-escalating, being kind, and being good faith. And I just don't think that was done here. So again, whether it's putting the shopping carts back or putting your chair back in the market or interviewing someone on the sidewalk, it's always about why you're doing it and what is the actual material consequence of this thing that you're doing. Notice that after she got punched in the face, it didn't in her mind say, oh, maybe I should be nicer to people, or maybe I should do it in a kinder way, or, instead she continued being even worse. By the way, I watch plenty of on the street conservative people. Very nice, would never do this, very good at interviewing people. They do not try to get the clickbait. She's obviously trying to go viral. Okay? And so when we have these conversations, it's like, what are we doing? And that's okay. So that's what I wanted to say to this part 2 of whenever we did that last week conversation. It's not the action alone. It's not interviewing people on the streets that's unethical. It's not a prank that's unethical. It's not moving your chair back or not putting your cart back. It's why in the context of the situation. And then every single action you take, you have to give some consideration to the action, which I know is taxing, which is why I would never ask you to do more than you're doing. But if you could just be a little less bad every day, I think it would go a long way. Also, let me read chat. Chat says, Dub it spiritually Israeli. If there was a question instead of conclusions, assume there was room for that understanding. The very opposite of anti-Semitism is where my approach is. It's a branding issue. So I don't know you and I don't know your intent. But if I saw that, I'd be like, oh, white supremacist or anti-Israel or anti-Jew, because it's bad branding. Spiritually Israeli? Like, you act like the world isn't anti-Semitic. Like you act like the world doesn't have conspiracy theories about Jews, right? So like you would attack, you would punch. It's a version of punching down that doesn't make sense to me. You would punch up to the U.S. because the U.S. is the world superpower. It has a fascist government. It literally has a combination of people. And so if you said spiritually U.S., then we could get on board and say, yeah, definitely. You know, because it is an indication of that. Or you could just say, Chad says, you could just say authoritarian or fascist, right? So when you say spiritually Israeli, I don't know what that means. Do you mean from a white supremacist perspective, or do you mean from a pro-Palestinian perspective? Now I have to do too much work to understand what you mean. And if I have to do that much work, I have to assume you're an anti-Semite more than you would ever be not an anti-Semite. Do you know what I mean? So that's why it's not good branding. And I still don't even know if you're a good person or not because I don't know you, you know? But if you said spiritually US, like Logan Paul is the streaming, he's America, if America was a streamer, right? You know? And so it's like, okay, what does that mean? This is a good part of, are you being unethical with your communication style? Maybe, you know? Yeah, you should think about it. You should think about what you're saying. Yeah. Chet said, is there a good faith argument for people's obsession for Israel? Because I'm not familiar with it. I was raised to understand anti-Semitism. Is this new? Well, it's twofold. There really is a genocide being carried out by Israel. So being upset with Israel and the Israeli government makes sense. And the problem is that white nationalists are utilizing this opportunity to push anti-Semitism. So you're battling multiple fronts, which Netanyahu is taking advantage of, by the way, because he sees our like comments and that's why he tries to make the Free Palestine movement anti-Semitic, even though it's not, because he can point to other people that are anti-Semitic and say, see, it's all the same. If you're against Israel, you're anti-Semitic, which isn't true. But that's why like we need better allies, we need better communication, and we need like we need a better understanding of how that sounds to the audience you're expressing it to. So right now, this is a majority U.S. audience, and the U.S. audience is going to hear that. They're not going to get it. But if you talk shit on us, we'd be like, oh, yeah, I get it. We suck. Right? So you have to think about how that sounds, you know? Just said, yeah, spiritually Israeli has an implication that being Israeli inherently, aka being born there, makes you suspicious or somehow negative, which is a part of an anti-Semitism dog whistle. But I would say I get what she's saying, because I said philosophically evil, and then spiritually Israeli. Again, like in good faith, I think I know what you're saying, but I still don't, which makes me question it because I don't know what you're saying, and that's why I noticed it in chat because I'm like, I don't know what that means. Especially, this is why I say I don't fuck with Tucker Carlson or any of these people who say they're anti the genocide, because they're just anti this genocide. They're okay with other genocides as long as it works for them. Right? You know? So I would just be cautious about that communication style. But I assume they're talking about the Israeli government. That is what I'm assuming they're saying. So they're not saying but Israeli is not the Israel government. So I think they're anti-Israel, right? You said, I think using Israel in this way to make a point just plays into their victimization of themselves, especially when it's something that's the other problem too. Like Israel, because you have to remember, like, it's a whole population of people that's kind of like isolated, and they just have like this horrible generational cultural trauma because the Holocaust was so horrible that they're just like fed all this propaganda, and that any attack on them just makes them so triggered. And I'm not saying you should pull your punches. I'm saying you should be accurate with your language. So even people on your side know what you're saying. I just know what you're saying. So I don't know if we're on the same side. And so like punching up to the US government would be better if you mean to communicate something like this person's being fascistic or obnoxious or putting people into a corner. Well, the US does that too. You know? Yeah. So that's how I would think about it in that way. All right, good convo. Let's go to this one. So this conversation was happening on TikTok about consent, and I can't believe how many people got it wrong. I am shocked. Okay. So in the past, I was a peer educator for sex education, kink, and BDSM, and like unique relationship styles, including polyamory. And I always love sharing my knowledge about informed consent. I'm going to do that again here today. But before we do, let's listen to this voicemail that was going viral. And you can decide what you think. I'll decide what I think, and we'll share. This says, my friend sent me this voice memo from a guy she went on a date with. Okay, check this out. Tell me what you think.
You are lovely. Had a good time tonight. Definitely think you are lovely.
The audio is pretty bad for the first beginning part. And so I'm going to turn up all the way on my end. It might be hard to hear on yours. And then the music's going to stop, and then it's going to get louder.
Time tonight. Definitely think you are lovely. However, I would love to, if we're going to go to your place on Thursday, I mean, I am looking to have that physical intimacy to see if, like, I am sexually compatible with you. So, like, if I'm going to come over, like, I would be hoping to, like, hook up, have sex, have a good time, have, like, that romantic spark and that physical spark there for my own sake, because it's hard for me to continue dating someone and seeing them if I don't know if I'm sexually compatible. So I know you said I don't know about that, so like I guess my thing is like, what would be the point of me coming over then if we're not gonna like hook up and like cuddle and like be intimate with each other? And if that's what you don't want, that's fine, but like I think we should just like end it here then, respectfully, just because first date, that's fine. Like, you want to get to know each other, I'm all about that. But like, I am looking to have that physical aspect there, and I don't want to continue seeing someone if I don't know if that's good, if that's not there or not. So up to you. Let me know. I'm happy to, if you do want me to come over, I'm happy to do so. Would love to have a good time, and you know, we can have some wine, hang out, and chill. But if you're not trying to hook up, then like I think we should just go our separate ways. Let me know.
Okay. So obviously I love your reactions because like, ew. Second of all, absolutely shocked how many liberal women, but not shocked, thought this was good. So this is a leftist woman, an anti-capitalist woman. We've covered her before. I believe she's a she, they. Actually, let me just double check her pronouns. I think so. I don't see pronouns here. So probably. They are getting the most flack for their defense of this guy. So let's use their conversations to have a larger one. And then I'm going to explain to you why this is not informed consent, even though it sounds like consent.
A video went viral last week of a girl that got a voice note from a guy that she was dating, and he was basically saying, hey, if we're going to continue hanging out, I just want you to know that I am seeking a sexual connection, and if you don't want to explore a sexual connection, then we should probably just end this now, because a sexual connection is a priority to me. And this was presented as a negative thing, and the comments were littered with people saying, men aren't lonely enough, etc., etc. And I was sitting there thinking, this is what consent looks like, y'all. Like, we discuss the concept of consent so much, but I don't think people actually understand what it looks like, and that voice note is what consent looks like. It is blunt, it is raw, it is obvious. And that guy gave the girl a chance to be like, oh, okay, this is moving too quickly for me, and that's not how I want to conduct us dating right now. It should be that fucking easy. Consent, especially sexual consent, should be blunt. This is a great opportunity for y'all to increase your sexual education a little bit. I am 37 years old. I have done a lot of dating and a lot of sleeping around, and I have faced a lot of sexual abuse and trauma because these conversations were not held beforehand. I think it's admirable. I think it's admirable. And I think that if you are unwilling to have upfront and blunt conversations about your sexual health and your sexual expectations with someone that you are likely eventually going to have sex with, then you probably shouldn't be dating anyone at all. Y'all need to learn how to communicate, and you need to understand that the more directly and bluntly you communicate with other people, the better your fucking relationships will be. We are so unfortunately deeply conditioned by like Disney romance rape culture that we have come to believe that like romance is supposed to be like all of this silence and feelings that people are supposed to like be able to perceive. No, that's why rape culture exists, because people don't talk about shit.
Okay, respectfully to this creator, I have not seen a reductive argumentation like this in a very long time that hasn't come straight from a man's mouth. So with peace and love, okay? So what this person is engaging in is liberal consent. So there's conservative consent, which is like no consent, okay? There's liberal, this is the Graham Plattner situation. He was drunk, she had a text message, she didn't lock her door, da-da-da-da. Liberal consent is close enough. It's close enough consent. I did enough, so it should be good enough, okay? Oh, I told her on a message, on a voicemail, I wanted to fuck, and that should be good consent, okay? Oh, she came back to my place, she invited me over, close enough, okay? My version of consent is informed consent. So the kind of consent that I promote, I think is the best and the healthiest, is the kind that I engage with my now married partner, where my now married partner, in contrast to this story, right? It's a first date. He's on a first date with her. He goes to get to a second date. I know you want me to come over Thursday, but like, if we're not going to fuck, I think we should stop talking because I don't know if I like you until we fuck. And it's like, okay. So, and I know, he said, I know you already are like not into it, but like, let me know. Okay. So it's not consent. It's not an informed consensual conversation because informed consent requires a conversation. So when my partner and he was in Europe and I was in the United States, and we were going to meet each other for the first time to see if we wanted to continue courting and doing serious dating. We both obviously had not had sex with each other. And I said, since you're coming to America, would you like to do the preventative, like the preparation for the possibility of sex? And he said, yeah, let's do that. And I said, okay, what is our preparation? We both agreed it's sex, STI testing, birth control, protective measures. And obviously we negotiated and talked about if, you know, my partner flies all the way from Europe to meet me for the first time, to meet my family for the first time, and we don't vibe, it's also okay to not have sex. So sex was on the table as possibility, not on the table as a guarantee. Now, some people would say, I can't believe I just drove an hour to your house and I'm not even having sex with you. My partner got on a 22-hour flight to meet me for the first time to see if we even liked each other in person. And we knew that there was a possibility we wouldn't have sex, but we prepared in case we would have sex. And I wonder how much of this conversation was a conversation. Hey, what would you like to do? What would I like to do? Well, this is what I would like to do. What would you like to do? Have you gotten tested lately? How do you feel about birth control? How do you feel about condoms? You know, there wasn't an inquiry. It was a simple ultimatum. It was a simple, we need to fuck, or I'm not into it. Now, to be fair, I dated this non-binary person and we had been friends for a while. So we already knew each other. So we were well acquainted. And once we started dating officially, we fucked right away. But why did we fuck right away? Because we knew each other already. So if we were already friends and then we started dating, we didn't need to get to know each other dating to know that we wanted to fuck. We already knew we wanted to fuck. So we both got tested. We both had our birth control. Not that we really needed it because we both couldn't get each other pregnant. And then we, did the thing. Because again, this is a man on a first date who doesn't know this lady, who she's already said, I'm not really into it. So he is pressuring her. He is giving an ultimatum. And he's basically saying, I don't even want to talk to you like a real person because I'm here to fuck. The real informed consent would have been, hey, I'm not really interested in romantic dating. I am just looking to have sex. Are you down? Instead, it was, hey, I really don't know if I'm going to like you unless I put my penis in your vagina. So, you down? And this girlie here went, oh my God, this is what consent looks like with peace and love. It's what liberal consent looks like. It is not what embodied, safe sex, informed consent looks like. Okay? Because what are we talking about? How can I dignify you as a human being if all I'm thinking about is whether I put my peen in your vein? What are we even talking about? She made a response because people were very upset. Here's her response.
And despite so many of you being offended that this guy wanted to talk about sex with the person that he was casually dating, a lot of you actually want to talk about it. I just don't think you really know how.
See, why is she so misinformed? They're not dating. They went on a date. Do you know what I'm saying? Why is she so loud and wrong? They went on one date. This was a second date. They are not dating. If they were dating, he wouldn't have given her an ultimatum, fuck me or I'm off. Why is she doing this? Why is she not listening? She is a prominent leftist creator. Okay? This is her page. She's a smaller creator, but she's known. I mean, I've even reviewed her videos on stream. Like 1 million views, 400,000 views, 500,000 views. I mean, she gets views. So like, I feel like she should kind of know better. But then, can I say this out loud? Hey, look, I know this is a threat to my job, but I got to be transparent with you. We don't know what we're talking about. We are not experts. Some of us have degrees. Some of us have training. Some of us are experts. Most of us are entertainers. I know what I'm talking about in the sense that I know what I'm talking about from my lens, but we don't know what we're talking about a lot of the time, which is something I really want you to process. That at the end of the day, these are just TikTokers sharing their opinion. And yes, I love listening to people's opinions. Girls, it's my favorite form of content. I love listening to people who are just people having conversations. It's my absolute favorite kind of like video to watch. Okay? But remember, at the end of the day, it's just people. And even when you're an expert, it doesn't even mean you're going to be great at it, because we saw what happened with Therapy Jeff. Talk about inappropriate. You know what I mean? So just remember that.
Let's talk about some of the common complaints and arguments that I received, because a lot of you understood what I was saying. A lot of you agreed. While a lot of you value and understand communication and transparency in the act of dating, a disturbing amount of you don't understand that at all, are against it, and are also creating narratives to vilify it, and that's worrisome. One of the most common complaints that I read is that it was off-putting that he gave her an ultimatum, and y'all kept using this word, ultimatum, 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 as if ultimatum is something bad. And that must be like a cultural thing, because ultimatum is a neutral word. Here's the definition of ultimatum. Ultimatums happen in your life all the time, and they are likely not associated with anything negative. I also want to point out that this ultimatum was not going to negatively impact the girl that received the voice note's life. They were not in a...
I don't give ultimatums. There's 3 structures here. Boundaries, ultimatum, kidnapping. We do not give ultimatums, because that is saying, you better do this or I'm going to do this. You do not kidnap people and force them to do what you want. You put down boundaries. He did not put down boundaries. He said, if we do not fuck when I come to your house on Thursday, I'm going to be upset. If we do not fuck, I shouldn't have to come over. That is not a boundary. That is an ultimatum. That is saying, that is almost like a threat. Because what if she had him come over and then she changed her mind? What would he have done to her? Oh, she violated his consent because she already consented to having sex, and then he drove all the way to her house and then she revoked consent. Now she's violating his consent. That's her logic. That means this girl is not allowed to revoke consent. And I'm saying he didn't give her an option to revoke consent. He said, either we're going to fuck or we're not going to hang out. And then this girl said, oh yeah, that's really good displays of consent. Guys, that's a horrible display of consent. Absolutely not. Consent means the person is always safe to say no. Informed consent, sorry. Informed consent is you are always safe to say no. Always. No matter what. Married, not married, long-term relationship, whatever. Okay? You're always okay to say no. I get it. You know what I mean? The problem is, like, this girl's not understanding that he didn't give this other girl an option to say no.
Relationship, they were not even far into dating. Their lives were not entangled in any way. This is the sort of ultimatum.
Exactly. So a man she barely knows is going to come to her house and force his body inside of hers because he feels entitled to it, and that's what you're calling consent? You're calling consent and entitlement to a basically stranger man coming to my house and putting his body inside my body? Ma'am, no wonder everybody was pissed. What is this take?
That people should appreciate. Another common complaint that I saw is, why didn't he just list this in his dating profile and tell her before they even went on a date? Y'all, that is what dating is for. I do fear that dating apps have rotted the human connection experience for a lot of you. Dating is the preliminary stage to a relationship. I understand that dating app culture has sort of like misconstrued what—
Oh, Chess is not very leftist? No, perfectly leftist. That's what I'm saying. You being anti-capitalism doesn't mean you care about anything. It doesn't mean you haven't deconstructed. Going back to the TikTok I showed earlier, you must keep deconstructing. Being an anti-capitalist doesn't mean you're fucking deconstructing rape culture. I know she mentioned rape culture, but obviously she's not getting it. She hasn't done all the work, and I get it. Informed consent is something that even on my channel, people will watch my channel for the first time and think like, oh, Brittany, this is crazy. Nobody communicates this way. Nobody like negotiates this way. This is so crazy. And I'm like, hello? So she is just in a very specific How I Met Your Mother bubble. This is what I call it the How I Met Your Mother bubble. I call it the, you know, sex is in the moment and you kind of like organically get to know somebody and you have sex, but where's the birth control? Where's the STI testing? Where's the informed consent? Do you know what I'm saying? And I'm saying, girlies, I know it sounds robotic to you, but I promise you informed consent is worth it and it's sexy and you should do it. Okay? So again, just because you're, you know, a leftist doesn't mean you've deconstructed everything else. It just means you're anti-capitalist.
Dating is, but at most there might be a talking stage. This whole
Yeah, chat. I think you're right on this one, chat. Sorry. I think some people are so used to men lying and not being truthful about sex being their goal. So this voicemail seems revolutionary compared to those kinds of men. Exactly. The bar is in hell. And this is why I saw a man make this TikTok. I don't remember who it was, but he said the people who benefit the most from bad men is men who are slightly better, because then they just have to be better than the rapist, but not much better. They just have to be better than the woman beater, but not much better. And women will be like, oh, finally, a man who doesn't rape me. And then women go, oh, this is so, wow.
Situationship thing that y'all have made up, yeah, that's just a lack of good communication. That's what a situationship is. The situation.
What do you think is happening here, though, girly? I know she said she's had a bad past and everything like that. I empathize. But, like, what do you think this is? This is a situationship. Now she doesn't know what's going on. She's like, so are you dating me or are you not dating me? He's like, I don't know. Maybe I am. Maybe I'm not. Maybe I'm fucking. Maybe I'm not. She's like, so do you like me? He's like, maybe I do. Maybe I don't. I gotta fuck you to find out. What is more situationship than that? What is more confusing than that social interaction?
Relationship should never have been a thing that was normalized. At best, it should be friends with benefits, and that also requires communication. But dating is...
Sure, situationships are not healthy because, like, you don't know what you're doing in the relationship, but he didn't make it clear either. Okay, just for a second, let's go back. Let's go back just to hear his fuck voice, and again, his little fuck boy voice.
If dating someone and seeing them, if I don't know if I'm sexually compatible. So, I know you said I don't know about that. So, like, I guess
he said, I know you said I don't know about that.
My thing is like, what would be the point of me coming over?
So, like, what would be the point of me coming over then if we're not gonna fuck?
Or then if we're not gonna, like, hook up and, like, cuddle and...
I don't know, get to know each other, ask each other about each other's childhood, our favorite animes, our favorite books. I don't know, communicate, get to, like, literally talk like a fucking human. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, what do we talk? How is this good communication?
The preliminary stage to being in a relationship. That is quite literally the uncommitted phase where you discover if you and this person that you are dating are compatible.
I mean, I agree with everything she's saying, so I don't know how this applies to the video. Yeah, dating is to get to know somebody. But how does this apply to the video we just watched?
It's also very normal in the dating phase to date multiple people at the same time, as long as all of those people understand that you are dating multiple people. I think the youth calls it having a roster. Another disturbing thing that came up in the complaints or the disapproval of what this guy in the voice note did is that it was lustful and men only want sex, and the gender...
It was literally that. It was literally that.
Of who wants or likes sex, who prioritizes sex, who is seeking sex, who thinks sex is important in a relationship is so problematic. It is misogynistic. It is sexist. It is a trope that condemns women from having and enjoying sex. It's also a...
No. Okay, hold on. Let me show you this comment I got. Okay. So I got a comment in my comment section, which I've got a couple comments that are sort of similar-ish, but I forgot to bring it up. Hold on, give me a second. Okay, hold on. Let me just grab it. I know it's here somewhere. I even told them I'll make sure to talk about it on stream. Here it is. No, just kidding. It's not there. Sorry, guys. Hold on. Give me a second. Hold on. I think I have to look at it like this. Newest. Apply. Okay, hold on. Got to bring it up. But this plays a role. Here it is. Okay. Here, let me bring it up. Okay, they said... hey, I've been, so she just said, right, that sex, men wanting sex, the generalization. So on my channel, when I talk about, oh, men, this is such a man thing to do. Okay. It begs the question from a lot of trans men in the audience, like, hey, are you talking about me? Okay. I want us all to put on our absolute biggest thinking caps right now. Our absolute biggest boy shorts. This person said, I've been watching for years and I love your channel. I'm a trans man in his mid-20s and I tend to wonder if when people talk about men in general, they include us. I tend to believe that people don't think about us. And I've been wanting to ask, when you're analyzing stuff about men and women, does that phrasing include trans men and trans women? It would be important to consider it because trans masks get left out of a lot of conversations about gender. Along this line, I also wanted to ask, when you say things like women and femmes are raised, are trans men included in that group? Because we are not women or femmes, nor femmes, but sometimes we are similar experiences because of our life history. Okay. So when I'm talking, I'm generalizing because I cannot, there's like billions of gender uniquenesses in the world, right? I cannot obviously talk about all people, so I'm generalizing. Maybe I'm talking about you, maybe I'm not. I don't know. I'm talking about people with this experience. If it applies, that's who I'm talking about. So when I say like, oh, men, it's the men this applies to. And I feel like I shouldn't have to explain that to trans people because why am I explaining this to both cis and trans people? Cis people do this too. Men go, not all men. I know, then it doesn't apply to you, right? So like, I don't know. Sometimes I am thinking about people. Sometimes I'm not thinking about people because I just need to convey people who are raised like this. And I don't know who that applies to. It could be anybody. Do you know what I mean? It could be any gender, any person, any background. So you would say to yourself, oh yeah, like that's me. I was raised that way. Okay, well then it applies to you maybe. Maybe. And then even then, I don't know, right? Because I don't know. So I'm trying to figure out the best way to communicate this, right? Because I don't know either. Because I don't know the best way to say people raised as men, but I don't know who that applies to. That applies to anybody that they think that applies to. But I really don't know. So when she says, oh, this is so reductive, like, saying men want sex and men, that's because we're talking about a very obvious stereotype of a man who's generalized in this bubble, who women deal with constantly and report on. Yes, if you fall into this category, that's the kind of men we're talking about. Why are we acting like this isn't true? We're not talking about bioessentialism. We're talking about socialized training that makes men think this is romantic, and what's worse, makes her think this is consent. So this man is trained under patriarchy, and he's learned the script enough to say, ooh, like if I'm not going to come over, right? Like, or if I'm going to come over, are we going to have sex? She's like, wow, this is amazing. This is the communication I've been looking for. Where I hear that and I'm like, ew, hi, are you fucking gross as shit, bro? Learn to communicate. Also, do you understand what you're saying? You're saying you're not going to come to my house unless we fuck? Get blocked. Blocked. You know what I mean? So yeah, maybe I'm talking about you. Maybe I'm not talking about you. I don't know who I'm talking about. I'm just talking about whatever category of person I might be thinking about. So I hope that answers that question, but it plays into this narrative here because like I could not imagine a person talking to me like this, right? Right? But it changes from person to person because I was raised as a boy. Do you guys know that? My dad asked me if I came out when I was 21 because he raised me as a boy. I was raised as a boy. I was given boy opportunities in the bubble. I was treated like a boy, joked with like a boy. I was raised as a boy. And I was also raised as a girl. I was treated like a girl, but I was raised like a boy. So when we have these conversations, and I think when you're raised like a boy, I also think of myself. That's why, like, it depends on the bubble. It really depends on the bubble.
Trope that ends up creating a great deal of shame within sexual relationships and within sexual health that then ends up perpetuating rape culture because people feel too ashamed to actually talk about it. Now look.
Yeah, but talking about it isn't enough. If I go up to a person and be like, hey, bro, I've been thinking about eating you out all night. Can I do that? Or like, what are you thinking? That is not consent. That is disgusting. That is rude. That is obnoxious. That is a violation in many ways. That is not consent. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, I did not consent to you talking to me this way. That is not consent. Like, don't talk to me that way. Don't say that to me. Ew, gross. So like, she's acting like saying your authentic wants is consent. It's not consent. Men hear that. I've had men hear that and go, oh, I just have to ask for what I want. Hey, I want to suck on your toes. You down? It's like, bro, you need to communicate better. You need to say, hey, I'm really attracted to you, and I've been wanting to know if you're attracted to me. They're like, yeah, I am attracted to you. Great. So what does that mean for you? Like, do you want to like talk about what we're interested in, what that means for us, what you're interested? Like, it's a conversation. It's a conversation. And where's the conversation in this back and forth? You know?
I am a millennial, not an elder millennial, but I am an elder now. I am 37 years old. I have been through a great deal of experiences in my life. I have been through therapy. I have been through several committed relationships. I've been through uncommitted relationships. I've been through periods of my life where I'm just dating around. I had a hoe phase. One key thing that I have learned is that communication makes everything so much easier. And the simpler and more to the point you communicate with people that you claim to care about, the easier and better it makes your relationships. The entertainment industry packages and sells you a lie of a romance fantasy. The older I get and the better I get at communicating, the more I realize that this package that we are sold about like romance and unspoken connections, the butterflies, yeah, that's anxiety. That's anxiety. It doesn't have to be like a...
Ooh, our girl needs to meditate. Okay, I think she's really going through it. I don't know what she means. Sure, it could be anxiety. It could also just be like connection. It could be a lot of things. I think there's a lot here. It feels like she's always halfway there. Like her analysis has a something, but then it doesn't have any roots. I feel like she's not, you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, I think there's something there, but it's not what she thinks it is.
Bad anxiety necessarily, but it is some sort of anxiety that comes from an excitement from the unknowing. Like some of y'all think that dating apps are supposed to cut out the experience of actually connecting with and getting to know someone through.
He literally doesn't want to get to know her. That's the whole point. He literally said in that message, I don't want to get to know you. I just want to fuck. So why are you yelling at us for being like, hey, we would prefer to get to know? That's why people are mad. They're mad he doesn't want to get to know her. And you're sitting here like, I fear you guys are really just so internet brained. You don't realize you have to get to know somebody. Yeah, that's why people are mad at him.
Dating. And frankly, if that is your motive by using dating apps to try to cut out the part where you have to take your time to connect with humans and figure out what sort of compatibilities you share, you want all of that to be listed before you even go on the first date, then you should be the one to make sure that you talk about that immediately. You should be the one to say, yeah, so I'm not actually really trying to date to get to know somebody. I'm trying to get into a relationship as quickly as possible. And what's funny about me telling you that is I met my long-term partner from Hinge 4 years ago. We talked about sex well before the first date. We found out if we were...
I mean, so did I. Well, yeah, so did I. Because we were talking on Messenger for 2 weeks before our first date. Okay, but it was consensual. Both of us wanted to talk about sex. Both of us wanted to talk about romance. Both of us wanted to talk about politics. Both of us wanted to talk about finance. Like, both of us wanted to talk about it. It was consensual. She didn't consent. She said, yeah, I don't know about that. Do you know what I mean? That's why she said, I don't know about, and he said, oh, I know you said you don't know about, we know.
Compatible on the first date. And that is so incredibly common. So incredibly common. Oh, and that was another common disapproval or complaint that I saw in the comments is that y'all can't seem to accept that people want sex. And it makes it a lot easier if you are willing to talk about it with people. That actually helps combat rape culture.
Yeah, I just think she's so wrong. It's disgusting, but it's also like so typical of people who aren't doing the work. Look, she isn't introspecting. She's not deconstructing. She's not thinking about all the nuances. Like, again, I believe in informed consent. Informed, meaning consent can be revoked at any fucking time, even mid-sex, of course, okay? That we get tested, we inform each other of anything that could make that person not want to have sex with us, okay? We do not give ultimatums. Sex is never used as a weapon. It is freely given, never coerced, never taken, none of those things. And so it just feels like she's absolutely missing the mark on purpose. Now, we're not gonna finish that. Let's go to her third TikTok on it. Just so you know, she posted this 15 hours ago.
Communicate something bluntly, but clearly and as kindly as I can to the people that are offended by the voice notes guy. Y'all are not emotionally mature enough to be using dating apps. You want the experience of speed dating and the convenience of speed dating through swiping through all of your options but you are not emotionally mature.
Bro, is this rage bait? Is she literally rage baiting right now?
Mature enough to handle speedily communicating what you want and expect out of someone that you are dating. Let me rephrase that so that you can hear it in a different way. You all are using apps that imitate but put into warp speed what the speed dating experience is. You are expecting a slow method of communication from a warp speed dating experience. That
No, I liked it. Just a reminder.
Like, be intimate with each other. And if that's what you don't want, that's fine. But like, I think we should just like end it here then, respectfully, just because first date, that's fine. Like, you want to get to know each other, I'm all about that. But like, I am looking to have that physical aspect there, and I don't want to continue seeing someone if I don't know if that's good, if that's not there or not. So up to you. Let me know. I'm happy to, if you do want me to come over, I'm happy to do so. Would love to have a good time, and we can have some wine, hang out, and chill. But if you're not trying to hook up, then like, I think we should just go our separate ways.
Okay. Let's move on to other people. So this is a person responding to her. Okay, we're gonna watch some of this.
Enough, etc., etc. And I was sitting there thinking, this is what consent looks like, y'all. Like, we discuss the concept of consent so much, but I don't think people actually understand what it looks like. And that voice note is what consent looks like.
That was not consent. That was grooming.
Okay, I wouldn't use the word grooming, but I would say, in her defense, I would not say grooming, but I would say groomers use this tactic, which is different. So I would not say typical grooming, but I would say, and this is why I think you should be careful with your words if you're talking to a specific bubble. But I think that groomers can use these tactics, right? Like a groomer could say, man, I know I'm 20 and you're 15 and we shouldn't hang out together, but I just can't help it. It's so silly. It's so dangerous. Like, I should leave you alone. I really should. Like, I don't want to take advantage of you. And the 15-year-old's like, no, you're not. I really want to spend time with you. I trust you so much. And they're like, no, I'm 20 and you're 15. And yeah, this whole, like, it's as if he's pretending he's giving her the choice. That is the grooming aspect of this conversation. Like, hey, like, it's the ball's in your court, if you want me to come over, but like, I don't want to, but it's, if you want to, that's what I think could be. But I don't think this particular instance was enough evidence for literal grooming, but okay.
That was grooming 101. And this woman participated in a larger function of it, like many male-centered women do, where they educate the rest of the women. How do you accept your degradation without knowing you're being degraded? By changing the semantics of what the fuck is going on. So this woman is responding to a viral video on TikTok right now, where a girl posts a voice memo from a guy who she's only gone on 2 dates with, and him basically stating, hey, I just feel like the only way that I'm gonna meet up with you again is if you agree to have sex with me. And I guess the girl invited him over to her house, and he stated, there's no point for me to go over your house unless we're having sex. Now, what was interesting, this is the grooming quality of the voice note, which this lady got groomed herself, because she's saying it's consent. He said, aren't we gonna be cuddling? Aren't we gonna be doing all these things together? And it lightened the aggressive subtext of what he was saying, which was, there is absolutely no point for me to spend time with you anymore unless you have sex with me. He stated, well, I need to know the sexual compatibility of us if I'm going to continue seeing you after 2 dates. So this message coming from a woman that looks like her is quite dangerous, because she has those cool millennial aviator glasses, like she used to go to the wing. It's kind of girl boss coded, but she might not be a girl boss. A lot of millennial women have thrown girl boss out, right? Okay. She has the baby bang. She seems a bit alternative. She seems sex positive, open. And so you would think that a woman like her would be the authority on if men are shit or not. Andre Dorgan was being interviewed. I forgot where she was being interviewed at. And she was talking about patriarchy. And she was talking about misogyny. And she says, it is more sophisticated than the Pentagon. It is militaristic. And that will let you understand why you can't let up. You can't play benefit of the doubt with men. There's another.
So you know how we say this, you can't play benefit of the doubt with men? So it depends. I don't know what she means by it, but going back to the question I got, like, does that mean trans men? It means men who fall into this category regardless, or any gender really that falls into this category. But in this situation, we're talking about heteronormative relationships, most likely heterosexual relationships, it seems. And we're talking about dynamics in which a man is leaving a voicemail about fucking and a woman is on the receiving end. So it's obviously context. So that I don't know who it's about. I don't know who this applies to, but if it applies to you, it applies to you. Now look at this from a gay man.
I finally looked into this voice note drama where the girl posted a voice note of that guy saying that he wanted to have sex with her. I don't have a lot of strong opinions. I really don't. But I do think some of you, respectfully, if you were gay for like 30 seconds, you would just die of fright. I finally.
So, like, first of all, gay men do not need to keep bragging about how they're having so much unsafe sex, / hooking up with everybody they know, / putting no black and brown on their dating profiles on Grindr. Thank you very much. So, with peace and love to the gay community, you guys do not have a braggable position. You are not in a braggable space. Okay? If you want to talk about informed consent, if you want to talk about safe sex, we can talk about it, but do not make me go for the gay men who right now do not have the best reputation, even within our own communities. Okay? So don't make me, okay? So again, it's this air of superiority. Nobody's talking about STI testing. No one is talking about condoms. Nobody's talking about safety. Nobody's having a conversation about safety. They're just like, oh my God, you guys are prudes. Oh my God, you guys aren't putting out. You're literally prudes. And I'm like, okay, where is the conversation? Where is the conversation about safety? Okay, next TikTok. Y'all struggle with words. That's the title.
Few things I've learned since this whole voice memo thing took off. Y'all don't know what words mean. You have no idea what grooming, coercion, or an ultimatum is. Can somebody explain to me how it's grooming when there's no power imbalance or age difference? Because that's what grooming means. 2, coercion. Asking somebody to make a decision is not coercion. Coercion implies something bad will happen if you do not follow through. Not continuing a relationship in which you were not compatible is not a punishment. Asking someone to make a decision is not an ultimatum.
A rejection is consent, but he wasn't asking for her consent. He was saying, okay, again.
Hoping to like hook up, have sex, have a good time, have like that romantic spark and that physical spark there. For my
Okay, right? Like he's not, again, the ultimatum or not ultimatum, it's in the whole presentation. Human to human, I want you to be dignified in how you fall in love. I want you to feel safe with the person who's touching your body. I want you to feel safe with the person you're waking up to the next morning. I want you to feel safe with the person you're getting coffee with the next morning. I want you to feel safe about the fact that you have their body fluids on you and maybe inside you. I want you to feel safe knowing that you're not going to get pregnant if you can get pregnant because you guys took precaution. I want you to feel safe telling your girlfriends, hey, I'm going to go to sleep and I feel good about this. A stranger I just met, they're going to stay at my place. And none of that is the conversation that is being had here. Because they're all just focused on the fact that this guy was blunt with what he wanted instead of thinking about the consequences of what he implied. Because what if she said in that moment, yes, I definitely am down. I really want to fuck. But then she invited him over and she realized, oh no, I just got my period. I don't want to have sex. Would he never talk to her again? Would he chill with her? Would he be like, oh, cool, you're on your period. I guess we don't have to hang out. Because the whole point of his message was like, I don't want to just hang out with you if we're not having sex. So that means she can't revoke consent in the moment because he would get mad at her, feel entitled, maybe force her to do it. What was the safety of bringing this man into her home if he didn't want to hang out with her unless they were fucking?
Somebody invites you to go out to eat to a restaurant you don't like, but you still want to go out with that person and you say, hey, I don't like that restaurant. If we have to go to that restaurant, I probably won't go, but if we can go to a different one, I will. That's not an ultimatum. That's just clear communication. The last thing I learned is y'all have an awful relationship with sex. You have no idea how to talk about it. You have extraordinarily Puritan views, and you hate women who just like physical relationships. Y'all are in the comments dogging any woman that said that she appreciates that type of communication. This happens every time there's discourse on this app. Somebody will get on here, have no idea what they're talking about, but have some kind of like...
Exactly, Chad. Thank you. I truly despise the way some people talk about sex. I want to fuck you is not a compliment. Like, literally, what the fuck? Men will fuck dead bodies and sheep. It's not a compliment that you want to fuck me. Okay? Like, it's literally not a compliment. I am not complimented. Of course you want to fuck me. I'm a body. You know what I'm saying? I'm not complimented. Like, these people don't understand. Like, this is not a compliment. I think people just at different stages of their life are validation seeking in different ways. And I think when you haven't deconstructed, there was a time in your life when you thought this was cool. Like I said, I grew up in the How I Met Your Mother era, and we never thought Barney was a rapist. We just thought he was an asshole. But it's obvious he's a rapist. It's so obvious he's a bad person now. But at the time, we just thought he was a funny guy who was kind of an asshole. But like, these girls, you know, he's lying to them and he's a... That's what I'm saying. I'm saying until you know it, you won't see it. So to them, they literally think this is like the height of consent. And I'm saying, oh girl, we haven't even reached it yet. Okay. So I'm saying, don't think of it this way. I'm saying, remember that there's always room for deconstructing patriarchy. There's always room for deconstructing all of these things. Listen, my partner and I consented to sex basically right away. We met each other. We got to the Airbnb. And pretty quickly, after some cooling down, conversation, relaxing, we pretty quickly got into physical intimacy. We had obviously gotten tested, got birth control, had conversations. We had also been talking for 2 weeks. Well, more than 2 weeks because obviously, 2 weeks and then our first date and then a while longer and then he flew to America. So we were talking for months before we physically met. So obviously, but still, even though we were talking for a while, and even though we were pretty sure we were going to get married, because remember, girlies, I was pretty sure I was going to marry him, and he was pretty sure he was going to marry me. We were pretty sure we were going to get married. We still said, even though we're sure we're going to get married, to some extent, let's make sure we're correct. Let's meet. Let's meet the families. Let's do the whole thing. And if we meet and we were just totally wrong, and oops, we were like caught up in the connection, my bad. We gave each other an out. We said, if you smell my skin and don't like the way it smells, you don't. We like the smell. But like, what if we didn't? What if we met each other and we're like, ooh, no, right? That's why consent is an ongoing conversation. It's not one and done. It's an ongoing I'm married and I've revoked consent during sex because I'm like, oof. I think my period's coming. Or, oof, my fibro. I can't do this. You know what I mean? Like, and my partner's like, no problem, bro. No problem. Let's go watch some One Piece. You know what I'm saying? It's like, even in marriage, people think you can't revoke consent in marriage. You know how many times I'm like, oof, with peace and love, I think I overate. Get off me. You know what I mean? Like, marriage is just like in a nice, consensual, loving marriage, relationship, commitment. You're safe with the person you're with enough to say no. It is so safe to say no, I wouldn't even think otherwise. And it's so safe to say no because my partner doesn't take it personal. They just hear me advocating for myself. You know what I mean? And that's what I'm saying. And this is what this guy isn't doing. He's not actually giving her the right to advocate for herself.
Self-described title in their name and talk as if they're a complete authority on something they have no understanding of. Because you would think if they had an understanding of it, they would know the definition of the words. But they don't. They also believe that they're experts in sociology because they live in society. And that's not how that works. There is an entire study dedicated to how humans interact. And you have never studied it. You don't know every communication style. You just know what you don't like. And you didn't like this, and you're making a lot of assumptions about this man. It's very weird. Few things I've learned since this whole voice memo.
Okay. Then there's, I don't want to watch another guy. Let's watch a girl.
I've already seen it. A voice memo has gone viral that a woman shared because she invited a man over to her apartment and he sent her a voice memo letting her know that since they've already been on 2 dates, he would like to explore if they're sexually compatible when he comes over to her apartment.
I thought it was only 1 date. Did we listen to it? Didn't he say first date for sure, but second date, I want to get physical?
And wanted to know if that was also how she was feeling before he came over, right? He wanted to smash. She posted this as though it was some horrible thing, but I am team voice memo man is a walking green flag because of what this comment is mentioning, that this kind of openness saves lives. Because what voice memo man was doing, even though it's maybe not.
The only reason it saves lives is to save that woman from being raped. It gave her a chance to get away from a possible rapist. That's the only reason it saves lives. Not because he was a good guy, but because he was probably a bad guy. And thank God she got away from him. That's the only reason this openness saves lives.
Something we're used to, or it's a little awkward. He was trying to get consent from a person before putting them in a situation that was very uncomfortable for them. Or that could have been very uncomfortable for them, I mean. Because I found myself in this situation, I'm sure many people have, where you want to invite someone over to your home. I like to play video games, so I'll invite someone over to play video games, not understanding that that person wants to have sex with you, and then they make a move and they're in your home, and then you have to.
Yeah, but it's the same thing. It sounds better, but it's not. So we go back to my chart, okay? Let's go back to the chart. So this is liberal consent. The conservatives, no consent. I came over your house, we're having sex, because that's the implication. Liberal consent is like, if I say I want to fuck you, I have to say yes now because that's good consent. Or if I say no, I'm the asshole. Because what the implication of being on his side is that she's an asshole for being upset with him. because she was turned off by him. She sent it to her friend, and her friend posted it like, ugh, this guy. And they were like, ew, he's so gross. And everyone's like, why is he gross? He asked you for consent. He's gross because he didn't ask for her consent. He pretended it was about asking for consent. He did not give her informed consent. He was not allowing her to truly revoke consent had he driven all the way to her house and she decided, I'm not into it. Because the ultimatum was, unless we have sex, I don't want to hang out with you. Unless we have sex, I don't want to hang out with you. Think about that. Unless we have sex, I don't want to hang out with you. So I guess we won't hang out because you're an asshole? What? And then everyone's like, oh, he's so great. He asked for consent. That's not informed consent.
Do the work of kicking them out, and it's incredibly awkward and hard. And sometimes does not even go well and ends up putting people in really traumatic situations that they don't want to experience. But all of this can be avoided if people are super open and clear and honest about what they want before.
Oh, fuck. It actually can't be avoided. You can have the conversation and a person can still rape you. Just for the record. You can have the most verbally consensual relationship and someone can still cheat on you. It will avoid some hurt, but ultimately, people shouldn't be raping people. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, you shouldn't assume something. You should ask explicitly. And then you should honor the person that you're seeing and value them as a person. Not just as a thing you can fuck, but as a real person with real thoughts and real feelings. Guys, did we forget that, like, we have thoughts and feelings? Even your most casual lover is still a person with hobbies and favorite vegetables and favorite colors and favorite people and favorite TV shows. Like, it doesn't matter how casual the relationship is, that's still a person.
Situations have things like pressure and coercion tied into them. And honestly, I think rape culture is a part of why it makes us uncomfortable when people are this open, right? Because we live in a society that has normalized consent not being an open conversation, not being brutally honest. What we have instead is a culture that normalizes signals and like indirectness, and that's what people find attractive. People are allowed to have their own romantic and sexual interests, right? But you do also have to understand that the idea is that things should be indirect and unspoken is what enables rape culture to continue, right? Because then when people are in situations that they didn't...
I mean, I hear what everyone is saying, but again, if we're looking at our chart, this is all unacceptable. And this is what they're doing. And I'm saying, no, this is the only chance we have at truly consensual sex. And even then, a rapist will find a way to rape you. Okay? Everything they're doing beyond that is just an upgraded version of conservatism. It's just an upgraded version of the patriarchy. That's what that is. Like, you don't even know if he's being upfront, by the way. You don't know if he's lying to her. You're assuming that there's not a lie somewhere in here. We're just hearing one snippet of a voicemail, and you are like, oh yeah, this is a good person. Your judgment is crazy. Like, you heard this voicemail, and you're like, yeah, this guy's good guy. This is what I'm saying about discernment and judgment. Why do you think this is a good man? What about this message screamed to you? Oh yeah, this is a good man. This is a dignified man. This is a good person. Like, what part of this message where you're like, oh yeah, that's one of my homies. If this was my I told my partner this, if this was my brother, I would fly to the US just to pull him by the ear and send him back to my mother's house and be like, look at this. Look at this. Not that it would matter too much because my parents are fucking useless, but I would be so annoyed. Okay, that's a hyperbole, but I would be so, they would get a earful. If I recognized that voice, if that was my brother, if I recognized that voice, the way I would call him and be like, how fucking dare you talk to people this way, especially a woman you're dating? How dare you treat a woman this way? He wouldn't even hear the end of it. And the fact that these so-called fucking leftists and feminists are on the internet saying that this is a good, you think this is a good man? You think this is the man who's a good man? He's so lucky that wasn't my brother's voice. All my brothers are lucky that wasn't their voice. The way, bro.
Want to be in. People are allowed to say, oh, well, there was this signal or there was this signal. And so I thought what I was doing was okay. And that's accepted as a valid excuse because we haven't normalized people just openly saying, hey, I would like to have sex with you. Is that all right? Or we haven't normalized people sitting down and having a conversation before they have a sexual encounter.
Okay, I'm going to start muting people. You said, I kind of agree that it was great he did it because he was clear about his intentions. And then he wasn't clear with his intentions. If he was clear with his intentions, he would have said, hey, I'm not actually looking to date you because honestly, you're probably not even that pretty, but I am interested in fucking you enough. Or he could have been honest and said, hey, I'm not really interested in you. I just want to really fuck, because that's what he's saying. He's not being honest. If he was honest, he wouldn't play this whole game of maybe I'll date you if we fuck. Maybe I won't if we don't fuck. It's a game. What are you going to pick? He's playing a fucking game. It's a literal fucking game. It's a game that looks like consent, but is not consent. He wasn't being honest. Just say you want to fuck. But he didn't say that, did he? He said, well, maybe I'd want to date you if we fucked. Tee-hee. That's absolutely fucking different. It is fucking different. But how easily your fucking monkey brains fall for it because you're fucking stupid. And I say this with peace and love. You're stupid because of rape culture. This is literally rape culture. Rape culture is teaching women that as long as the man feels it's consensual, it is. She doesn't consent. She already revoked consent and he pressured her. He said, I know you said I don't know about that. He already admitted she said no. So why is he pushing further? I don't know about that. I don't know if I want to have sex. And he said, well, if you don't want to have sex with me, then I guess we're not going to hang out because if we don't have sex, I'm not going to date you. So she already said, I don't think so. I'm not into that. That's not for me. Do you know what I'm saying? Why are we ignoring exactly what he's saying? And why are we ignoring that he's an absolute fucking asshole? Like, what kind of are you friends with this person? Is this your friend? Is this your friend? End this friendship. Is this your brother? Go lecture him. Is this literally, what are we talking about?
About what type of sex is appropriate and what other sexual experiences aren't wanted. People don't talk about those things. It's seen as awkward if you tell someone, hey, I would like to sit down and talk about our sexual preference.
Yes, but this is the worst example of informed consent. There are so many better examples of people who are talking, communicative, sharing. He's not doing this. Guys, I love informed consent. I love checklists and negotiations. I love so many forms of communication. I have had so much sex. I've engaged in so many consensual situations. They never went like this. If anybody in any of those situations ever talked to me like this, I would tell all my friends he was a bad person. Because who the fuck talks to another person like this? Who the fuck treats somebody like this who isn't trying to get around consent? This is absolutely him getting around consent. This is not him engaging in consent. Okay? This is him getting around consent by using words that sound like to the untrained ear that it is consent.
Before we do anything, okay? Or, hey, before I come to your house, I would like to know if you want to have sex with me.
And it's so odd, the audacity of these people saying you're going to get women raped if you don't accept this type of communication. You're going to get people confused about the difference between informed consent and things that sound like consent. That's what I'm saying. You're confused. With peace and love, I'm concerned, but you are confused. This isn't informed consent. One time, I was hanging out with a friend where we weren't even going to be sexual. I've never been sexual with this friend, okay? We've never been intimate together. And we were going to do a BDSM scene. We were going to do like a BDSM scene together, a non-sexual BDSM scene. If you know, you know. Anyways, we went to a beer garden and I started drinking a beer and I forget how lightweight I am. And my friend goes, are you drunk? I was like, oh, fuck, I think I'm drunk. And they're like, well, now we can't negotiate because I can't negotiate with you and you're not sober. I was like, totally based. And then we went to go watch Pirates of the Caribbean 4 and we ate food at the movie theater and it was great. Even a conversation had to stop. We had to stop talking about doing stuff because I was drunk, let alone physically being in the same space together, let alone being naked together, let alone actually gonna have sex together. We literally had to stop talking about possibly doing stuff in the future because I couldn't consent to a conversation. That's informed consent, not this.
It's posted on blast online and ridiculed like it's some sort of bad thing when it's really a life-saving conversation about consent. So again, I think Voice Memo Man is a walking green flag, and I do think that people that are making fun of him or uncomfortable by that type of communication should really deeply inspect where their ideas of what like romance and sexuality looks like comes from, and if those ideas might be influenced by a culture that isn't actually safe.
Okay.
If you haven't already seen it.
What a ridiculous conversation. Chat says he's the only telling her that his sole intention with knowing her is to have sex. That's all he sees her as. He didn't mention anything about emotional compatibility or connection. Exactly. So we know this. Look, I am 37 and I am a millennial and I've had sex with plenty of people. I've also negotiated with people, done written down checklists with people. I'll even go so far as to be like, hey, can I talk to some of your friends or your previous romantic partners so I know you're chill? I was taught by BDSM communities because I was a part of an education center where they recommended asking for people's partners' numbers to check in with them to make sure they were chill. So I come from a very informed consent bubble where you would never, they're talking about bubbles where people don't even ask for sex. I come from a bubble where I'm like, let me talk to your ex-girlfriend. What's your ex's number? Let me talk to your current partners. Let me talk to your friends. Who are you? Before I let you into my mind, my body, my soul, my physical space, my friendships, who are you? Okay. Now, of course, it's hard because not everybody vouches well for everybody else, because look at all these numbskulls on the internet vouching for this stupid loser guy they don't even know. How is he a walking green flag with this memo? You know what I'm saying? So also you have to discern the fact that some people will quote, be a good, like, oh yeah, I vetted him. His sources came back good. But what if all the sources are bad people? Or what if all the sources are these people? You know what I mean? So again, I was a part of a very liberal leftist space. I was part of a very education-based community center. I was really lucky my years in BDSM, and also the ways that I got to engage with sex generally was very safe. And it's still, even with my current partner, like, you know, we do a lot of work to communicate. Even though we're married, like, you know, she and I are just very respectful. We're very considerate. We're very loving. We're very slow. Everything is a conversation, and everything is to be negotiated. You know, nothing is taken for granted. Nothing is assumed. I don't assume because we're married, I can just have sex with them. Like, that's not what this relationship is. I don't want a marriage like that. I don't want a marriage like that. I don't want you to assume that because we're married, we're going to have sex. I want you to assume that because we're married, we will naturally be attracted to each other, and we might revoke consent. You know, I don't want to, the entitlement part of it is what's wrong here. So as much as I think a lot of these people have good intentions and they're not like Republicans, they're liberal, stuck in a liberal mindset of what consent looks like, because informed consent would have required them to have a larger conversation other than a voicemail that said, hey, I'm only interested in hanging out if we fuck. Like, I just can't imagine from what dignified perspective this is a green flag, that you are basically a body to me. And then to use the excuse of, I don't even know if I'm into you unless we fuck. Like, you can't be with somebody like that. You know what I mean? Like, you can't be with somebody like that. How are you going to date somebody who only knows if they should treat you like a dignified human being if they fuck you? Like, are we so serious right now? In what world is that acceptable? Come on now. Chess says, no, I like this creator too. Who? Which one? Whack Take, like you said, he's stating, oh, the guy. He's stating his intention, which is good information to know, but there's no option to let her change her mind. She already said no. Exactly. Yeah, that's the problem. I think I've seen a lot of these creators, and I always thought like, oh, even creators I didn't save it, I don't think, but even creators that I generally like, I usually like their takes. I'm like, what are you doing? Like, I don't know why this topic fried everyone's brain. Like, you know how they keep accusing everybody else of not having sexual experiences? Well, I have a lot of sexual experiences, and I'm telling you right now, the best ones are focused around informed consent. You know what I mean? So again, it's like this, I'm better than you. I fear you are brain rotten. I fear you don't know what apps are. I fear, keep your fear to yourself. You know what I mean? Yeah, Chess said he basically told her she has to pay to play. Ugh, gross. Absolutely true. Right? Chess says, thank you. It's a complete disregard of her feelings, her personal lived experience, which may be a huge part of why she's hesitant, and her worldview. Well, she invited him to her house. So here she is being open. Here she is saying like, yeah, oh my gosh, like, let's get together. Let's hang out. I'd love to get to know you. And then it's this like, it's this, yeah, but like, if we're not going to fuck though.
My own sake, because it's hard for me to continue dating someone and seeing them if I don't know if I'm sexually compatible. So
it's hard for me to continue dating and seeing somebody if I don't know we're sexually compatible. It's been 2 dates, 1 date. You need to chill. You know what I mean? Just say what you want to say. Hey, I'm looking to fuck. Because you know what's funny? So he's attracted to her to fuck her, but he hasn't used enough of his brain power to see if he likes her. So imagine a person saying, I don't like you, but I'm interested in fucking you. You down? So you have to fuck me to know if you like me? Like what does that mean? Like, there's no good messaging here. There's just no good messaging here. That's crazy. You know? Yeah, Angel something was the creator. I thought they were like a hardcore leftist. Well, this is what I'm saying. When we talk about embodied leftist values, for me, it is not just about capitalism. It is not just about patriarchy or religion. It's about all facets of how these things are multi-layered. So it's not just like the patriarchal aspects of religion. It's the patriarchal aspects of dating culture and safe sex. Look, I'll show it to you again.
Your deconstruction does not end at religion alone. Your deconstruction does not end at deconstructing from Christianity or Islam or all of that. It does not end there. We are on the internet and we are seeing the influx of people deconstructing from their religious beliefs and everything, but we are not seeing enough of deconstructing from other things. You cannot say you deconstructed from religion because it's patriarchal or misogynistic or all of this, and then you announce you misogynistic, you're homophobic, you're transphobic, you're...
Hello? It's like all of these leftists are like down with capitalism. I'm a Marxist. But also this guy was kind of based in a total green flag because he totally expressed that he wanted to fuck her even though she was not into it. But at least he said it. I've got to literally, I literally have a headache. I have a literal headache. So again, all of us, even me, I practice every day to embody my beliefs so it reflects everything that I'm doing, because at the end of the day, these labels are not exactly great. They're not exactly as nuanced in order to express exactly where we are in every part of our deconstruction. It's just we're not Republicans, we're not conservatives, but you know, and we're not liberals, or maybe we're not Democrats, but like, it doesn't mean we've really done all the work we need to do in, you know, all of the areas. So take everybody with a grain of salt. Realize we're all just people on the internet. Even the people who are, quote, experts or have degrees, you know, they have biases and prejudice. That's why we have to remember that just because somebody's a doctor doesn't mean they won't be anti-vaccine and so on and so forth. So just take a deep breath. Take what you can from people. Learn what you can. And remember not to put people on pedestals. And remember that even if it sounds good, make sure that it is as good as it sounds. Because, you know, sometimes it sounds like consent and looks like consent, but it's just a different version of coercion. And I know it's hard because I don't want you to be paranoid, of course. I just want you to learn to discern. So for me, I heard the voicemail and right away I was like, no. Okay, my partner heard the voicemail and went, no. Okay, other people on the internet heard it and went, no. But then for the people on the internet that were like, oh, well, he has a point and he's being so honest, ask yourself, really think about it. Does he sound safe? Would you want him inside your house? Would you want him inside your body? Because if the answer is no, then he's not a good guy. If the answer is any part of that gave you the ick, but it might be good for somebody else, not safe. I'm not saying you have to be attracted to the guy. I'm saying he didn't even sound safe enough that I would think of anybody in my life that I would wish him upon. I would never wish him on my worst enemy, and I have no enemies, is what I'm trying to say. He sounds like a terrible fucking person. Yeah. 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 All right, that's it for today, girls. Thank you for being here. I appreciate it so much. I'll be back tomorrow. News out of Palestine, devastating news out of Gaza. Denims won her lawsuit. We'll talk about it. There's some other videos I wanted to watch with you that I knew we didn't have time for today. So we'll do it tomorrow for Friday. Thank you for being here. I appreciate it so much. Take care of yourselves. Treat yourselves well. Drink your water. Hydrate. Get your electrolytes in. And, you know, if somebody feels unsafe, it's okay to say no for now and figure out why later. Because I think, one last thought, I think sometimes people feel bad questioning people's intent and they don't want to write somebody off as a bad person. They don't have to be a bad person for you to say no. You being uncomfortable is enough. Say no, thank you. Walk away, meditate, and think on it. Why am I uncomfortable? Introspect, deconstruct it. I'm uncomfortable. Why am I uncomfortable? Why do I have this thought? Why do I feel this way? And wait for the answer. But nobody is owed your consent while you're still unsure. Okay? And then, okay, just, you're allowed to be sure. I give you permission to be sure. Okay? All right. All right. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye.